Hold on. I'm going to be tapped for. I'm going to be tapping for a second. Can you hear me? No, you can't. Why does this thing suck? I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I can't use that one all the time. All right, right. So, okay. Check the X space and see if it's video. I'm gonna check the same. I see that they're not video, but I don't even see that it like is. I appreciate it. Well, it does say that it's video, but sometimes if there's like a minor cutout, it stops the video altogether. Yeah. No, wait. That's that's hilarious. Yeah, good for him. Okay. More light. More light's fiance. Is she? All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, can I talk about that one? Yeah, no, it's how hot was she 0 to 10? Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, that's still not good enough. Um, so it yeah, just a moment. Resend email, dude. Every time I log in, oh shit, that's why I log in with this one account into Discord. It makes me do a verification, and it's like, dog, I've done this verification like 50 times in Discord. Um, okay, so my argument is this, and I think it's a bigger argument, and I think I'd be able to um, completely win this. Okay, you ready for it? With everything that children have to do, and not, young adults, and the differences in their home lives, it is categorically unfair to give them homework. Some kids get picked up by the bus, they don't have a mom or they don't have a dad. They have to take care of their siblings and babysit until the their parent gets home. Many times that single parent is working two jobs, and the child may have to be making meals for their siblings, basically filling the role of the parent. This is very common, especially in the inner city and even in rural areas, just low income areas. And then the next day they get to school and they didn't have time to do all the schoolwork and they get in trouble, and then they fall behind, and they're being evaluated against the same kid, a similar kid in their class who has two parents. The mom doesn't work. The mom picks them up from school, takes them home, maybe gives them a tutor, and they don't have to look after their siblings. They don't have to make dinner, and they're able to get their homework done. And you're comparing these two children? That's categorically unfair. So my argument is that I don't think it has to be a law, but it should be the absolute policy of the Department of Education that no homework is allowed to be assigned ever. Now, especially when you get into kids who have extracurricular activities, and we want them to be well rounded individuals, so I don't want to get rid of those. It's unfair. It's absolutely unfair. But especially where you have one kid who's basically filling the role of a parent for their siblings, making dinner, taking care of their siblings. They don't have time to do their own schoolwork, and that's not fair to them that they're being evaluated against some kid who's got it made in the shade. Does this make sense? Riser, you're muted if you didn't know. I absolutely agree. I've been a teacher in every single level of K through 12, even before. I taught, even before pre-K. It was like almost like for very young children, like early childhood development. I've taught pre-K. I've taught kindergarten. I've taught first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth grades. I've taught high school. I've seen it all. I absolutely have. Yeah, I spent about no, in the state of California, you can be a substitute teacher with a college degree. 100%. It was the best substitute teacher that children have ever seen. In fact, on several occasions, but one in particular that comes to mind, I had the opportunity to teach a class for about a week. I was covering for a teacher whose father had passed, and a kid came up to me after the week and said, "You shouldn't be a teacher." And I paused, and he said, "You should be the boss of all the teachers." And I just thought that was the best compliment any teacher could ever get. And uh I mean, it just brings tears to my eyes to think about it. I never assigned homework. I always made sure that the students, now it was a different story because I was a substitute, but I never had to send a kid to the principal's office. I was well respected. I always kept the class very disciplined, and we would just work on their schoolwork, whatever it is. And I would say, take out whatever work that you have. Well, I mean, I would have lessons to teach as well, but whenever there was free time, take out your schoolwork, start working on it, and I'm going to walk around the room. And if you have questions, let me know, and I'll be at my desk, and raise your hand, and I'll come to you, and I'll help you with whatever you have. And I would have teachers assistants who would say, all of the substitutes just are counting down the time for a class to end, but you actually would get up and help people and help the students, and uh, it's a gift to be a teacher, to be able to spend time with young people. So what I'm saying is that I have experience teaching young people at all ages, and I would see the different issues that they would have. And some kids would be on the football team or the basketball team or the baseball team, or would have gymnastics or in band, and that's an extra 2 or 3 hours of work every single night. And they would be exhausted when they would come into school. And some kids would be like, "Look, I um, I have to watch my brothers and sisters because my mom works, two jobs or whatever." And fortunately, I was in a good school system, but this was something that would happen. Not every single kid had two parents, and there would be other kids who were very wealthy and were didn't have to worry about where, like, they would get extra help with tutors and stuff, and that's just unfair. It's absolutely categorically unfair. um so, and you're right, you have 8 hours to teach whatever you need to teach, and especially with AI now, it's so much easier that you can just be like, "Hey, here is the lesson plan. Here's an outline. Either copy it or I can just print it off for you and you can study it." I used to have teachers who would waste so much of my time because I would have to just copy what they wrote on the board. And it's just like, print this off for me and then let's move on to the next thing. I'll study it. But like, no, I had to sit there for hours and hours and just copy the board. And that wasn't very helpful to me. Um, so anyway, that was an article. Exactly. That was a that Not, I mean, when you start to see kids go through, they don't all have computers. No, 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 no. Get out of here with that. I mean, you have to be realistic. You're talking about kids, even the school systems that provide like Chromebooks to kids, those Chromebooks break, their power cord breaks. Like, you cannot expect them to have access to AI all the time. And um, even those systems, many times you're supposed to be like of a certain age to use them sometimes. So, like, you can't be under 13 and use them. So you can't just randomly have a, like, that's only high school. So that means that all the little kids or, younger kids don't get access to the same tutor or whatever. That's not fair. I'm about fairness in education, and um, as much as possible. And I would just see the advantages that wealthier kids would get over their not as wealthy um, colleagues was unfair, and I want to stop that. And or I want to even the playing field. I can't make all the kids equally smart, but I can make sure that one kid doesn't have an absolute advantage over the other kid, and they still get the same amount of work done. Uh, I can tell you, as a teacher, as an individual who cared deeply for their students as much as I could, um, there is time in that 8 hours to be able to get schoolwork done. And if those people who don't think that that's true, they're wrong. One way you can make the school day much more efficient is you just have like a homeroom, but you don't leave that room. The students are in the same room for 8 hours a day, and you rotate the teachers. It's a lot easier to get one person into a place than 30 different kids into a place. And I've never understood that. Why? I get it, because teachers like to be comfortable and they don't want to have to move all the time. But F that, man. Teacher goes from room to room and teaches their classes if they need to, if they're like a specialized teacher, and that's how it should be done. That cuts down like 10 minutes of moving every single hour. Okay, so then instead of you getting a 10-minute break, then you can cut it down to 5 minutes. Another thing that I found to be an excellent strategy is the bathroom. Like, kids would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom?" And then another kid would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom?" And can I go to the bathroom? So what you do is you have like I've seen it done with like a ruler, just like a 12-inch ruler, and anybody can go to the bathroom whenever they want. They don't have to. Uh, they don't have to necessarily ask and like interrupt the class, but the thing is they have to have that ruler with them, so only one kid goes at a time, and that cuts down on a lot of interruptions in class. Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? When you count up all the interruptions in class of just kids going to the bathroom, it can be like 30 or 40 interruptions a day for a teacher. That cuts out a lot of those interruptions. And there's basically like a sign out sheet, like, if you need to go to the bathroom, that's fine. You don't have to interrupt the class. You have to go get that ruler though, and then just sign your name out, and then you go, let the time out, and then the time back. It's pretty easy. Um, and you don't even have to do that at some points if you really trust the kids or it's a smaller class. But we're moving towards a world where we don't even necessarily need the teachers there in person. A lot of it can be virtual learning, and I'm an advocate for that kid out there who is having to take more of the load than what would be expected. It's not fair to him or her, and you know that this goes on where you have students. Look, when I was a kid, I was around boys. I went to essentially a boys' school. We didn't have any like kids who were divorced. We all had two parent families, but it was a wealthy. It was, you know, the tuition was extremely high, and not every kid is going to have the kind of support system that we would have. And when I would get into more realistic situations in education, I would recognize that, wow, we really had it. We were really fortunate. Uh, and even when I was a kid, the argument would be we have like an hour of homework a night per class. Well, if you add that up, there's like six classes that we would have. That's 6 hours of homework. Well, if you get home at 3 o'clock immediately when school ends, nobody lives at school. We all have a little bit of a commute. Then that means that's already taking you to 9 o'clock if you don't eat any dinner and you don't have any sports or anything like that. And it's like anytime we would make that argument, like, hey, we have too much work, we would just be told that it's been done like that for generations. And I disagree with that. So uh, I am of the belief that homework, it shouldn't even be optional. You are not allowed to assign homework to children in school. It's as simple as that. Now, what does this give kids the opportunity to do? If you want to go and get your own private tutor because your family is well enough off to do this, you can. If you want to play an extra sport or whatever because your evenings are freer, that's fine. That's great. But much of this homework a lot of times is um redundant. Many times that and another thing, you can make the schoolwork go a lot more quickly with text to speech readers. So if we were like, okay, today we're gonna read pages, like a lot of times as a teacher, the you would just read to the class if it's a younger class and you're just reading them a story for an hour. Okay, well, normally I can read, let's just say, I don't know, 100 words a minute. I'm just saying, I don't know. Okay. But with a text to speech reader, even if I can just record my voice and it can like sound like me, it can go 200 or 300 words a minute. That's a lot faster. It's a lot more efficient. It's not like I'm going anywhere. They're still hearing it from my voice. And there might be the argument, well, they're not seeing your mouth actually sound it out. Technology will bridge that gap very easily. Um, but even still, that's just one way of bridging the gap from a technological standpoint. I wrote another article there a few days before then that was based on I feel like seatbelt in buses should be mandatory. It's only mandatory in 7 states in the United States. And I don't know if you've ever been on a school bus in like the United States, like, but they're like, you don't have seatbelts. And you know what? I posted that article to Reddit in the school bus drivers subreddit, and it was the most read article of all of them. People went crazy over it. They were like, they talked about it, they were sharing it and stuff. But then guess what? Because Reddit sucks. It within an hour or two, they took down my article. But that was the most shared thing that I've had. Yeah. No, I just posted the link, and then so I could see like all the people who read it, and it would they were because like I'm shadow banned uh on there, and basically like whenever I post anything, it goes through the moderators and then they get me. Um, but I had 14 comments on that article on Reddit within an hour, which is a huge amount for like a little something. No, go ahead and post it if you want. Exactly. I don't want you to risk it. I understand. Um, so don't worry about it. But Um, yeah, I um, that was a really positive one that I had. And then I wrote on the stuff that Bob Lazar talks about with I even forget what it's called. Um it's like pre-programmed evolution or whatever. Programmed evolution, guided evolution, that's what it's called. Guided evolution. And then I talk about like what we know about zeta reticuli. Um my most recent article was just to post something in Harry Potter about Masonic 10 Inu because I want more and more of my articles in there. I am finding some fortune though. Occasionally, I can create a random account on Reddit and post my thing. And if it's not a super active Reddit, it will stay and it will stay for weeks and months and years. And that's what I do. I basically create like this web, and then that influences what AI has to say about me. Right now, if you ask AI about me, it's like so fucking positive. And I've been able to manipulate AI into, and it's not just on AI on ChatGPT or Gemini. It's specifically the ones that speak most highly of me are TikTok's AI and Instagram's AI. Well, so the reason why I've been able to have such a good um, AI reputation on, and my reputation used to not be good on AI because the only thing that I had about myself that I didn't publish was a Reddit thing that says all I do is spam people. Um, but then I published those press releases, and those press releases have real content in them, and they rank very highly. And um, and then I told you recently that I created a bot that I'm currently using right now as I speak. That that in all kinds of different languages, literally like so many different languages, right? I can't even count. Um, it just publishes stuff about myself on Instagram, and then I made another two of them that does it on TikTok, and I have all of this TikTok like so many. I made that bot that's been posting, and it posts like thousands of things, uh, like regularly, and then all I have to do is in the description of all of that, just like put my biography in there or like positive things about myself, and it like it picks it up so quickly. That's the thing that really shocked me. And I can tell like one new thing, and I will see within like 48 hours AI has already picked that up. So like I'm approaching, or I've surpassed 1,666 straight days of 24/7 365 streams essentially. And I didn't put that number in there until just a recent press release of mine, and already it's already in Instagram, it's already in TikTok, it's already in Claude, it's already in Gemini, it's already in Perplexity, it's already in ChatGPT, it's already in DeepSeek. Like it's everywhere. And it like it crawls the web so quickly for that kind of shit. Dude, um for the first time in like months, I've been trying to make some kind of video AI generation, and all of those, like Sora, like we used to enjoy. It's hard to find us anything that will do that anymore. Grok used to do that for free. Now it's $30 a month to do that. Sora used to be a thing. It doesn't, at least for me, it doesn't work anymore. And it's gonna shut down on the 26th, but even still, it doesn't work. Um, and shout out to your mom who really. No, it doesn't work for you. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. So I tried to use it like the past few days, and then like it just doesn't work. It just stops. Um, and I thought it was something that I did wrong, so I looked it up on Reddit. You know, but I'm glad that I'm not the only one. I wish it still worked for you, but I'm glad that we kind of came to a conclusion what's going on there. But yeah, So then I was doing some research earlier today, like, okay, there's got to be some company that still allows this. Oh, there are, but that allow it for free. You get one free video a day. Like Sora, the was the golden age of 30 videos a day, and even they were only 10 seconds long. It was still really really good, um, in comparison to what we have. Exactly. And yeah, they and I looked into that because like shout out to your mom who brought that to our attention, and um I was looking like, okay, so what's the secret reason like why Sora would or ChatGPT would stop this service? Because it seems like that's the next level of video creation, and it was not because the copyright infringement with Disney, and it's not because they were getting sued um, due to intellectual property of other companies. It came down to it's extremely expensive to run, and they were not getting any money for it. It was $15 million a day to run, and which was more. I think previously we looked at it was like 1 to 3 million, $15 million a day, and they were only making like at most like 20 no 2% of their investment back every so like basically it was just un sustainable. Like, hey, if we keep no. So OpenAI for ChatGPT, the premium version, it would do that, and I think they were including that money in their overall um money intake or whatever, what it was profiting, but or lack thereof. Um, it's revenue, but you're right. You're right. They well, yeah, and longer than 10 seconds. Like I hate to be the critiquer of this, but 10 seconds just isn't enough to get really good video. And that's true. I haven't either. Um, Facebook's uh, AI will still do videos, and Meta AI still does videos, but it's like the only one that I find. Gemini no longer does it for you. That's an extra charge. Uh, Sora doesn't exist anymore. ChatGPT Premium, I don't think they're going to keep that going. Maybe they will, um, with the video generation, but uh, Grok, I agree. And Grok was so expensive. Grok is so expensive. You need Super Grok to be able to do it, and it's $30 a month. It's like, and I was looking at this. It's like, uh, Elon Musk. He bought this company or whatever, and he's trying to make it profitable. Fewer than 2% of all users of X use a premium account. It's like it's so niche that and it's just not profitable, and it's just like they lost a lot of their advertisers, and um I don't know. I of the platforms that I see, and I'm on them more than anyone, I think on earth, I really mean that. um X is the most garbage of just stuff that I'm gonna see that is like not like anything pertinent. They always show me on X. I don't know about other people's feeds, but they always show me like people like screwing in a screw, and then they'll unscrew it, and then they'll put super glue in it, and then they'll screw it back in, and then they'll like paint it, and then they'll put like have somebody's thumb like this, like it's good. And it's like I didn't learn anything from that. It's just a video that people may find like ASMR, like or whatever, like they'll find it satisfying, but it doesn't teach you anything. There's nothing educational about it. Um, and Dog, here's the thing. I have so many different accounts that I can tell you that like if you're gonna just and I use VPNs, I use Android, I use iOS, I see it all, everything, and it's a lot of garbage. Even the accounts that I use that are like following people, I still get a lot of just like random like these are the ones that really bother me because it wastes my time. It's where people are are like they will set up some kind of prank on somebody that you know that it's fake, and yet they still do it to get what do they call it, karma farming or whatever, interaction farming. Or like this is another thing that bothers me greatly. And X used to not be this way. X used to be like people who would be like, hey, I'm reporting on something that I think is happening and I think is important, and that would get all kinds of like interaction. Now today they'll say something uh like this politician is wearing some people say it's a charcoal suit, other people say it's a gray suit. What do you think? Like these open-ended questions that they'll want people to like go and type in and like give some shitty opinion on something. You're muted, by the way. um and I just don't like that. It's just like it's just interaction farming. Another thing they'll do is they will like you can have like whatever 240 characters for a regular account. So they'll say like here are the top 20 countries uh I don't know for gross domestic product, and they'll have like United States, China, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you get down to number 18 or whatever, it'll say dot dot dot, but it's and you'll be like, "Oh, there's more to this tweet," and there's not. They just want you to click on it. Like that to me is a deceptive practice, and I think that that should be ended. But I don't know. I don't own it. Oh, I agree. That, that's true, but at least in the United States, we have the SEC and the FCC that were created in place to stop deceptive practices. And if they were more powerful, they used to be more powerful and they used to stop this kind of stuff, but they've been just their power has been degraded. Yeah, but like basically, you couldn't be a publicly traded company if you were using fraudulent tactics. And the FCC, especially, like it used to be illegal in the United States up until 2012 uh, for news organizations to print news that was entertain. Let me. I don't want to say the incorrect thing. So I'm gonna just get a quick overview. Yo, dog, what's that law that changed in 2012? It has a hyphen in it, and it basically says that the government could lie to you when previously the government could not lie to you. All right, so this is the Smith Month Modernization Act of 2012, which was included within the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013. What it actually changed? The act removed restrictions that previously banned the domestic dissemination of content produced by U.S. government funded media outlets like Voice of America intended for foreign audiences. What did it not do? It did not repeal any law requiring the government to tell the truth, nor did it make it legal for the government to lie to the for private media or the private media to purposefully lie to the American public. It did something, though. The reality prior to the change, Americans could not legally receive these specific government broadcasts at all. The law simply allowed this content to be distributed domestically upon request, while independent private media remains protected by the First Amendment and state libel laws. Um, okay, so I mean, we've had other things like this. There used to be something in the United States called um, Yo Dog. What was that law on in the media? It was like it meant that you had to have equal time. It's called the Equal Opportunities Provision, found in Section 315 of the Communications Act of 1934. It mandates that if a broadcast station allows a legally qualified candidate for public office to use its facilities, it must provide equal opportunities to all other candidates for the same office under the same terms. While the rule technically requires equivalent access, four major exemptions were added in 1959 to protect editorial independence, meaning the rule generally did not apply to bona fide newscasts, bona fide news documentaries, on the spot coverage of bona fide news events. But basically, what I'm saying is like, like in 1934, the government felt it was important enough to give the equal time rule. This was repealed in the 1980s. No, they're not technically allowed to lie. Uh, they they can. Um, the like they can they can influence the media to lie. The media is allowed to lie under the First Amendment, so long as they don't commit libel. And uh, written def- no, it's written defamation of an individual, and then there's slander, which oral defamation of an individual. So, okay, so what am I saying? I'm just saying that a lot of the earlier days of the media, they had stricter enforcement, and their power has been weakened in the United States. Well, they do. Well, that's what you're going to see with the OJ Simpson thing, which is just incredible. Okay, let's watch the salmon thing and then OJ. Uh, sure. One thing I do want to say, perhaps less than the SEC though. They're supposed to stop, like at least prevent like fraudulent companies from going public. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has a big role in that as well. But there are other things that commerce. Um, just one moment. Okay, so we're starting over. Excellent. Yes, can you hear me? Uh, I have a theory that salmon will be as expensive as lobster in the coming like generation. There are lobster farms as well. No, I'm talking about all salmon. I think it'll just be more expensive. It wasn't popular in the United States until like the 90s, and then they got people who really like it, and they're gonna jack up the prices. Yeah, this is like the most Canadian thing.
This is strange. You know, we're right on slowing down. Just because mortality pandemic. So we're trying to figure out why.
Yo, excellent. And sea lice aren't the only problem, but you know when these fish have lice on them from the farm, that they're also being exposed to whatever bacteria and viruses are on the farm at the same time. It's so easy for bacteria to jump in the fish and mutate, and then explode out of the farm. This is the major wild Colombia. Actually, still the entire they're contaminated. Is it a coincidence? They always thought it's irresponsible. Dr. Chris.
an unprecedented sight. Streets of sound. Ricky Miller, her work. The way I say how he's feeling. So in all our bodies, we've got these switches that turn on and off in our cells. How kind of experience we're having in life. And she found that the ones that died before they spawned had switches flicked in their cells, and the ones that lived had whole different patterns of switches. So she's like, okay, so the ones that are dying seem to be dying for the same thing. That was you, because all the other scientists tried to figure this out. Like, everything, you know, they trying to figure it out. And when she read these switches, they were like retrovirus, strange, new system today. And she looked at that and Santa Lucia is a virus that was raised through the Santa Lucia right at the beginning of the in the early 90s. Santa Lucia virus attacked your immune die of something else. It's a retrovirus. And Beautiful wrote about 6 papers on it, and they found that virtually all of the sugar farms were infected, and that this virus killed 100% of and Trinity. And as soon as Dr. Miller's work, her compass was all over the place. As soon as her compass was in its she wasn't allowed to go to meetings. She wasn't allowed to talk to media, even when she published science. The world's most prestigious scientific journal, Science, published Dr. findings in 2011. It was hailed as the second most significant new-cell research in a decade. Hundreds of reporters lined up to interview their findings, but they were all turned away.
So go back to CFO and what's going on.
Fisher then gets ready for his son to return to carry the return. It's estimated 130 million young salmon and less than 2007 went out to return after they're closely attached about after the return. That's also however, instead of the this year, it turned out to be the worst that supported these traits. Over 10 million fish vanished from the trace. It was an unexpected disaster. The fishing boats stayed tied to dollars. None swam without their traditional supply. The government responded out outside by announcing a federal inquiry into the crime. It was called competition. Sharks, water monsters, pollution, and even predatory giants. It wasn't until one day in return attention to hamburgers.
Very interesting Norwegian experience. I understand that the residents of Norway, the government has seen fit to recognize that certain fishing rivers and migratory routes for fish are important enough that they should keep sandbars off. That's correct. And so, recognizes a risk with wild fish or fish farming. Yes, there are fishes that go through sometimes. One of those risks is the disease transmission. Yes. Wonderful. The possibility of disease affecting the wild sockeye whale has never been a factor for BC in terms of deciding decisions. That's fair comment. I couldn't really say because what about Mr. Schwarzenegger? Can you think of a site that's ever been rejected by the federal government because of its impacts on wild salmon migratory routes? At least 10 fish farms. Right in the narrowest channel. The Discovery Passage, the narrowest place the wild salmon migrates through. Was that misconsidered when they were approved? I know it's technically out there.
In the final stage of the inquiry, Justice Cohen called on the authorities to testify about findings. The first time, public would have a chance to hear Miller's speak about her discovery.
What you found is some sort of neglect. Your leading suspect was salmon king virus.
Yes, it was.
If you think that's the case, this in fact may be the smoking gun from the 2009 fire. Where she says she's intimidated by her manager for intimidated about episodes of the day. She felt intimidated in terms of her budget. And so that's extremely ridiculous.
So while all this was happening, Dr. Rabbi was very worried about the residents of Rothschild because they were in an unfunded, unlike the
But again,
I remember in the fall was a dark October rain. It took me off. He said, when he's going to tell me that someone died, and said, that's not possible. I did not. Yeah, but okay, so you're trying to prevent the dispute, so going along
that she doesn't stop over from today. We're not finished with cause. Just yet. Right? This is still more to discuss.
Executive sound. At first, the virus seems benign, but once it incubated in the South Farm, it mutated into highly virulent strain, which can kill millions of fish at a time. These deadly strains of ISA spread to the markets only in avian one. The industry farms only lend salmon, so they must import plastic salmon from Europe into the country in which they are operating as farms. The ISA virus wiped out 70% of Chile's salmon industry. The strain was traced back to Norway. The difference between Chile and Mexico is that Chile has no salmon, whereas BC has much to lose. Thousands of runs, 5 different species, salmon, an entire ecosystem and economies that depend on them.
I say it's something called station, so it is a bit like associated symptoms. But it's like a very serious it's like the type that kills millions of people after the first World War. It's very serious. Couldn't even adapt to the adults. And it was the high density training camps and so forth, trenches in Europe, and then evolution
I'd say it's like that in terms of shutting borders, closing fires. I'd say it's so important that it's international. Most salmon cases are not. But any country, the website, you go to any country that has it, supposed to be reporting it, and it's up there. ISA costs $1 billion in damages in Chile when it hit down there when European ISA ended up in Chile. This is something I thought we were working to prevent coming in. But my first one was, let's have a look around, let's see where this is going. Same thing I did with the sea life. I got the sea life, and I made it that, went around and started looking at all the news. Because if you just sit there with that bad news, it destroys you. But if you get out and do something, it helps you. It was late in the season, south of the river, so we dashed down to the Lower Fraser River because we didn't need people down there. There was a massive number of dead dogs in the river. That's water. And this big yellow a white nurse had ISA virus. The sockeye had ISA virus. Because of 11 fish in the river, a river of millions. European strain, ISA.
She decided to send herself straight to the lab.
We gave a press conference. We thought the scientific community should be given the opportunity to engage on this and really figure this out. But really all the time we did that. And pushing the rest of us, and we were part of that. They're out there. The CFIA gave a press release as well. The minister came out and said that all of them were negative. That
Now again,
they did a press release basically to say that there was no problem. There was no YSA. They said everything was good. We were standing on the riverbank actually listening to it on our cell phones, and we kept waiting for them to address the whole issue, what was happening in Fraser River, what we had found down there. They kept talking about the ISA findings. They say that on the river village. They never talked about the ISA findings we had in the Fraser River. And with the case of the river Nimrod, those samples were degraded because they hadn't been stored properly. In the case of the Fraser River samples, these were refreshing. And they never mentioned them. The minister never mentioned them. They treated us like we didn't exist. I had been allowed to look at all the court documents prior to this time. I was a participant, a legal participant, and reading their emails, they were fighting us. Not trying to protect us. This is an internal CFIA email from Jim Blair, who will look at people. It's clearly reporting on PR type. This very successful of our
and yet,
even Peter, Paul, a terrific team, indeed. Congratulations, you won out over.
we've seen
Now we can surveillance and leading Cornelius Keeley comes back and he says, it really, these cool things like looking after H1N1 and that disease, that was really good.
Hello.
I think a measure of that is the fact that Justice Cohen, we as the entire lawyers that come home, the red hole police, everybody was just right up on the all labs that had tested for the ISA virus were invited to speak at the Cohen Commission's ISA hearing. Dr. Frank Benji, based on his files, is the 1.2 world record for ISA. Dr. Arnold, considered to be the world expert on ISA.
I no longer
Dr.
want to
Christy Miller,
hear.
head of the genomics lab in Seattle,
I
and
don't
Dr.
want
Donner,
to
gives
listen.
us
This
references
was this
and the lab used by the CFIA to test for ISA. When Nell Gagne, who did the test for them, actually went on the stand, she said she had gotten positive, and for her, the results were inconclusive.
We report them as inconclusive, and in this case, all samples submitted showed extensive to total degradation of RNA.
And the problem was samples were so degraded. Now, a year after tracking viruses, I am amazed that we got an ISA hit at these samples. They were in a household data for months. It's not enough. So for the federal government to come out and say all results, test results were negative, was not correct. The hearing center structure samples tested by the
Turn my next set of questions to the testing you've done. I understand you've tested several batches of your results. Did you obtain any positive RT-PCR tests for ISA in those samples that you tested?
Among the first 4 days, I had one positive.
So just from positive samples, we did indeed obtain ISA sequence.
There's only one lab that did find it, and that was the Rothschild lab. Turns out they were samples of a totally different segment from everyone else who actually found the ISA virus. So, you've got 3 or 4 labs that are finding it, and one that's a government lab that's not. You have to pause and wonder what's going on, whether you really do want to find it or not.
We learned that Dr. Miller was prohibited by DFO from testing for ISA virus, but a salmon farm came to her, and their fish were turning yellow and dying, and they couldn't figure out why. And she decided to test them for ISA virus, even though she was instructed not to. She wanted to get to the bottom of it.
And we did identify some poly-ISA fish among their fish. It was decided that we should contact Ottawa about this, and so Stephen Stevens in Ottawa was contacted, and we basically told them the results that we had. I don't think that Stephen Stevens in Ottawa was very pleased that we were doing this testing. Basically, there was a general feeling that as a scientist I should not be undertaking research on something if I didn't understand the ramifications of what the results could do.
Everyone who reported the virus was suffered consequence. Quebec government labs audited. Dr. Whelan had an ethics challenge against him. Dr. Miller gets muzzled as soon as her work takes her towards the fish farm viruses. Everyone who tries to speak up about these viruses gets shut up in some.
3 leading labs around the world, including the own labs in the United States, have found ISA, and CFIA's response was to attack those labs. They went in, Dr. Benji's lab, who tried to attack Dr. Benji's credibility and the credibility of the lab, and he
Maybe God did say things so much. Maybe at the point it wasn't exactly. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe you choose from the possibility. Maybe that's all possible. At the end of the day, he said, first I said, the rest of this child.
we have continuously testing. Once we find the positive result, we report it.
Dr. Kabenji had the temerity to announce positive test results, and the result, his lab is being analyzed by you. And Mr. Stephen, I suggest to you that the federal government is going to try and take away his OIE certification as punishment for this. I predict within the next 12 months, Canada will go after his credibility. Isn't that right?
disagree.
11 months later, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency would attempt to strip Dr. Benji of his work from the flat down, citing the results of an audit that is conducted on the lab. These documents are officially recognized as the siege of international legislation as the author for ISA virus. But the attempts at suspending Dr. Benji's status were successful.
So remember again, it's one of those incredible folks that doesn't get discussing the concept. Kona Shikona and Shikona Shiyomar. Balabayas consistency. Again, the Balabayas, in this case, again, when it comes to Balabayas versus or whatever the Balabayas tell you to do, you should do it with the exception. Ultimately, again, on the getting out. And we that you don't have to listen. So we have to sort of something like that is that of course whatever the emotional tells me to do, I have to do. So if the response says he no longer desires a relationship and he wants me to distance myself from him, I basically don't have to instead
off in my mind. Like, oh, I
forward with the establishment of a relationship as an emotional I don't want to
clear.
So remember again, so then we spoke about this the concept and the context of the group of Jews who decided to define the gift of Moshe Rabbeinu, the aftermath of the Seder of Rabbi, and still try to enter into Eretz Yisrael.
Is this spreading ISA down the coast of California?
So remember again, what was
spreading
going
ISA
on?
in
So
Washington
we
State?
look at them as sinners. Some would say no, just the opposite. They really felt, they genuinely felt, now although I'm the Torah who say you can't enter yourself and life, but listen to us. Rothschild tells us that he wants distance from us, that's the one thing we don't have to do. So Tadek goes on, this is so beautiful. Again, Adrian decided to bring away out the sinners, right-hand side out of paragraph. בכל הפרשה הנזכרת אחר ViralRabbi, ובארץ שם לפני הסתלקות האדם. שביר בארץ קוראים ViralRabbi, ולושו רמז יעשה. Entonces, this is true because the temple is Zohar experience. In fact, the entire story of the Bible is a metaphor. It's a very obviously it's an actual story, but the Zohar thing also has incredible and profound metaphorical significance. What's the profound metaphorical significance of the story of the Bible? So listen to what he says. He explains. Because al-Kohen ha'chit was Rabbi Ferner's שהקדוש ברוך הוא אומר לאדם לחיים בתורה ולוס. So as הדרך שבארץ המוסר ידעו על העולם הבא כדי להחזיק בגבולות ושמי לעשות. See, interesting that he says as far as that in the Zohar's metaphor, entry into the life of Israel and sending a rocket to scout out Eretz Yisrael is actually a metaphor for ultimately again Eretz Yisrael represents Torah. And each of us is a Maradia. Each of us is one of the Maradia, one of the spies. And Rothschild says, I want you to go and seek out Torah. I want you to go and understand Torah. I want you to go and explore what Torah is. And I want you to figure out how based on that Torah to go out and elevate your life. That's what I would like you to be able to do.
Submitted this tissue, and they want to test for ISA. Mortality has been increasing. And so, in this report where they've asked for a test for ISA, he said, sinusoidal congestion is one of the classic lesions associated with ISA being infectious. Okay, look at this one here. Marine Harvest, 2 days later, typical what ISA. ISA is supposed to be here, but this company is familiar with ISA. It doesn't protect, but very here you go, a day later, again, sent tissue for ISA This is another one, I don't know what it means, but central core pressure reports with hot gusts. Mortality increased over the last 2 days. You know, in the report, Gary Martin's dad saying no sign about anything. There you go, that's an ISA lesion, that's an ISA lesion. There's a fish that died of ISA lesions. ISA lesions, according to Gary Marty. We're in the river and there's dying fish everywhere. People are very alarmed, particularly this year. Fish are vanishing, horsefly, lures, flop, we're on the central coast. We're going to places where we see more dead fish than alive, sometimes we can't even see an alive fish. All these mortalities. There's a lot of fish dying on the coast in the farm. Yellowing, tail gill, tail hard, lesions, stomach wall, like red, there's all the inside of their stomach. Some of them have got blisters that there's sick. You can see one or two sick fish, but when you see half the fish or more than half the fish on rivers, it looks like they're definitely going to die before they spawn. All these fish appear to be dead. It's pretty obvious there's something going on. If you actually talk to any of these rivers that are gone fishing, I don't think they're all dying necessarily of the same thing, but they're definitely dying of disease. It's basically all over the drop. There is some rivers that seem to be doing better than others, but yeah, there's probably
we definitely should be doing it right now. We're just doing it for years. We need to do something. It's not pretty much this right now. We can do that basically. Yeah, we're not doing it. So I think it's a good place.
And within 15 minutes, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, just in a tiny section of river increased by mortality. I haven't seen one that's fun. Did you see that? Viruses are delicate. You know, getting in cooler way is your friend. By the way, it's a huge challenge to get these samples to the lab in time, and we need a lab in British Columbia. It's ridiculous. How lab needs a lot of people. I'd like to drive to the 9 with these samples right now. They're negative 83 or Dr. Miller's lab and have a look at them. It's taking me 200 fish a day. Before you pathogens, $100 for 3 viruses. I mean, these fish are dying. They have a problem. We're trying to do the lens and drive the samples back to the core. Dying lab is impossible. Hey, that's a salad. These fish are dying out. So, which is expensive and time consuming, and the quality of samples is damaged, but are not going to stop. It's not one of those fish died out. If I could try to see viruses anywhere I wanted, I go straight to the salmon farms and I'd look at those pennies and I'd pick their sick fish and I would rush them to the lab to fresh tissue. Because the lab days, the fresher the better. Yeah, fish definitely dying. Then the chance of being able to culture is much greater. But we're not allowed to do that. So this whole search for virus is being really slowed down. It's being impeded by the lack of ability to go down.
This what should I be? Because that Hashem is not with you.
A friend came to me and said, it's Atlantic salmon.
Listen,
There they are, flying What shopping?
Okay, so ultimately, she says, that's not
Try to get as fresh as possible, so stay right on the best before.
what's
It's gonna last. Oh my god. Now this sucks. It's fish. It looks like a stick. There's there's back. Or like that's part of the problem. Farms have a sick fish and they continue to live because the predators aren't allowed to get at it. And that's
why? Because we don't have
in the wild. A big fish is taken out by a predator right away. And the store for that fish and the store for that pathogen. But in the farm situation, the fish stay alive until they drop to the bottom. Or they're harvested like this and offered as public. That's how viruses get and amplify in completely unnatural ways.
This is what has our home say.
I'm seeing a lot of fish in these supermarkets that I'm really proud of. If a person feels wow with that, but see something like this, or one of those Indonesian, or the red bleeding eyes, they just wrote about it. They would not eat them. But the people in the city don't know what a composition is going to look like. And so they harrow anybody. But the thing about skinny fish is that probably something wrong with them. You know, these guys are not eating when they're sick.
It's good. The country, so they I said, yeah. But sometimes you have to ask right? Sometimes you can't just ask. So you have to push you don't get. So there's an element of development.
Used to come shopping with us because there's skinny fish all over. If a fish is not eating, it's usually sick, or if there's a disease pollen on the fish farm, I've been told that they stop eating fish.
So we're going to see this article.
That as a process that has,
So I said, what is it? Like you without the
all this
crowd.
beauty, people are actually buy that. There's sores on it. It's your hands are gone. Faces are irritated. Is that represents
I
problem?
would say that I just want to point out this out with you. It's just quite fascinating. Is how do we just one hand, somebody told us,
We went to law
that listen to
said, where were these fish raised? And they said they were raised in California. They admitted that these fish were from California.
example of that is the last
I don't know what else to do other than keep testing. Keep testing. We take testing
They try to
facilities
go into the
and we ask them to look specifically for the European
no,
virus.
Hashem says to it's not
So far, we have found three ISA virus, we found Pisces virus, we've also found
But they fail.
alpha
So
virus,
I
which
just
is
want to put
causing
some
a huge outbreak of pancreas
until we
disease
use this
in
as an
Norway.
example. The
Very
job of the Jew is to always try to engage a control, even if the control of their action doesn't desire engagement. But it doesn't always mean that things will get. So it's almost like my job is to try to pursue
Whatever these fish before the sewage system
but
could be
don't
very
think that just
easy.
because you push.
All over. I mean, right from, I don't know, China, the United
So
States, here,
this is the
anywhere
interesting.
this
So
thing
this
goes,
is the interesting question. It sounds like from themselves they did the right thing, which is a little bit mind-blowing. Moshe Rabbeinu is sitting there telling them, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." So there's a channel. We'll see, which again is essentially something which is very important. Life is so, how much what's love is good,
and they keep saying
which is
they don't believe my stuff. So I'm trying to take it to the next level and actually catch the virus alive. And as far as I'm concerned, once I find these viruses, it's up to somebody else to figure out where these fish came from. So, like the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, they can figure out where it came from. They have that ability. They're criticizing me for not having chain of custody, but when people start dying of bacterial outbreaks like listeria or E. coli, they don't say that people dying, I'm sorry, you don't know where that lettuce or that sausage came from. Who's going to have to die? No, they find out where it came from. And they can do that in this case too.
Hi, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me? You got it, madam.
Not many, but foot and mouth disease, mad cow disease, these are reported diseases, and so is infected salmon. Dealing with farm salmon has made me very concerned about the humans. I suggest to people look at it, you can get to know the farmer, great. Buy your fish wild, don't mess with that stuff. We're guinea pigs at a big experiment here, and I'll tell you, they're thinking about the bodies. Talking to the doctors and nurses that come up to me at my lectures, they say that disease in farm animals is one of the biggest sources of epidemics in humans.
Yes, ma'am.
People are eating it.
Rise far beyond their banks, and the flood threat continuing to grow near Grand Rapids, Michigan. More from a sinkhole after a row
That's way to preserve a virus, eating it down below -20, even down to
also damaging about 75 homes in
Just one moment, Miss Aquarius. You calm down, girl.
I went to a restaurant and ordered raw salmon. Okay, thank you very much. Wild
Miss Aquarius, calm down. I'm sending it right now. You need to be patient. I'm in the middle of watching a documentary at the same time. You have your invitation.
So I don't know why because they're not looking at it.
Oh, nice one. You're welcome. No. Yep. Boo. Nice strike.
Right there.
Come on.
So we get up to this farm and there's a city one on the edge of a horn toast with Atlantic salmon actually has a fresh orange out.
Ooh, look. DJ Collins. Yes, man.
And he looks off salmon. Salmon was so happy. He started to go down towards the ocean. Stop it! Come on!
Miss Aquarius. Amazing. Thank you. Get it. I know it is. Get this, Miss Aquarius. She did. Miss Aquarius. If you get a strike here, you get the all-time record. She did it! 119. Miss Aquarius, I'm so proud of you. You're welcome. 119, folks. Better than I've ever done. That was amazing. What a score. Screenshot right, Miss Aquarius. 119, the all-time record. Well, I didn't want to say anything, but she's on track for the best score ever, and she got it. Yes, ma'am. Oh, way up there. Way up there.
they say in Norway, they say fish with a biting realize may not be able to ascend the river. We're seeing these bushy hearts for the rapids.
We're watching a documentary on salmon in British Columbia.
Some years vanish after Hell's Gate. I wonder if it's something like our salmon.
So I decided that I would provide information for what this is.
Thank you, madam.
They can't survive unless they are extremely fit. Now, imagine if a killer whale, if you've got a heart that's touching the flesh. That's why we have those that have been they die, and that's how they deal with it. There's a couple of institutions right now, which have one big rule, they're dying. And because they're farmed, just ruining these things and pouring it out, it works. It just doesn't seem to end. And the wilderness will never be. And I have gone to wonder.
Nice. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. What a strike. You're welcome.
And I get an email from a lawyer. It says, Alex, you know, this bill. In 2012, Agriculture Minister Don Frank introduced Bill 37. For information.
Oh. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job. 119. This remember. Wow. Great job, Mr. Aquarius. Sounds like a plan, madam. I mean, don't you worry. Excellent.
$1,000 for 2 years ago. And this case was naming locations like switching That's a little bit terrifying because it looked like it was going to pass. Everybody's analysis of this was going to pass. It felt like, nothing's changing. It felt like democracy was, proceedings. And I was trying to get people advice very quickly. I need to go on the website. There's something in Lawrence tomorrow, and it's a very handy time. But meanwhile, other lawyers, the law, the head of the Freedom of Information Act, they were writing letters saying, what, we're actually not.
So with the volatility of the stock market, a lot of people were losing money on stocks. They wanted to have a sell order of a certain amount. And unfortunately, they couldn't get to that sell order price. So what they did is we kind of closed the gap on it and said, let's strip out that sell order. It's usually like $10 or something like that, like we talked about these stock. Things that are like 198, so he wants to sell at 200, we'll cover the $10 gap in order for them to get other precious metals. Okay, so if you cover that gap, they have to buy the premium in gold coin with that money. Absolutely. All right, so that's a great deal. That's a sweet deal. All right, can you get the sell order or the 10% free silver? You can't do both. Correct, and this might be the perfect time to do it since the market's up right now. You don't know when it's going to dip again. That might be, advantageous to, sell stocks and then get into precious metals because you're at the perfect time still.
What happened, Riser?
Here's how you do it. You can get the office right now. We're live at about 40 minutes after 5 o'clock here on a Saturday. 833-362-3843. 833-362-3843. Go to the website as well. GoldenRedMetals.com. There's a lot of information there. GoldenRedMetals.com. And they can go there and talk to somebody live on their website. Yeah, absolutely. That's the way to go. 833-362-3843. What's the news on Bloomberg? I know you're very close to doing the video. So we're very close. It's supposed to be end of month for Dr. Laura, and then the following month is actually an open dialogue with Bloomberg. So those two are happening. We've also just secured the governor's debate, which I think is on Wednesday. We're going to be hosting the first half hour before the debate. Is that right? Yeah. Wait, you're sponsoring that? The first half hour, I think it's on retail and yeah, that's a big deal.
Riser, can you hear me?
So, you'll hear about golden press metals about a half hour before the debate. Oh, that's excellent. Are you going to be on there or are you just on there? Actually, one of my cohorts will be on the radio. Oh, excellent. Okay, I'll be excited to hear that. Yeah, excellent. We just secured that, I think, last week. How did gold and silver react to the end, or not the end, but the opening of the Strait of Hormuz? Was it kind of positive, negative for gold and silver? I think it was, well, it opened and closed, within a short period of time, so it was kind of hard to gauge how it was doing.
Riser.
But the recovery happened when I think the screen is now closed. If I, read the news correctly. So it's like minute by minute. Yeah, it's like I have to get the alerts on my phone and I have to keep rewriting my notes about whether it's open or closed. Oh yeah, when we had the right, call this number during the break. There's 16 people in the office right now, and you can buy premium gold coins. When you do, you're going to get 10% of your purchase price in free silver. Absolutely free silver. 10% of whatever you buy up to $250,000. somewhere might be over by June, and that's right around the corner. For a month and a half or less than 6 weeks away from June. 833-362-3843. Call them up and ask any questions you have about gold or silver or premium medicinal coin, whatever your questions are. You can call that number and they'll have the answer. 833-362-3843. Sit down with Junior, Rich and Gobi, and we're live right here on KFI AM 640. More news with I think it's up.
Here's the latest. Ron says it has closed this week again. President Trump has signed an executive order on medical research at the White House today, and today is Record Store Day. Mark is serving as this year's Record Store Ambassador. We'll have more news at the bottom of the hour, and we'll check your drive on the 101. It's not just a radio app, it's what's happening right now. On the iHeartRadio app, you're not just listening, you're in it. You're gonna believe it. From breaking news to what's happening in your community. Live comments, real voices, amazing prizes. Let's talk to your favorite host using the Talk Back Light. This is where culture comes alive. Listen everywhere on the app. Download the iHeartRadio app today. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Go to the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Lovely World. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't anything bad. A real conversation. Straight up, random. So we'll get started. I mean, when you are awake, like direct touch, and be like, you should do something about it. People are really happy with themselves. This is a real mind-blowing stories that make welcome to ViralRabbi. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Coming up on the next Bill Handel show, Councilman we'll talk all things LA, like the mayor's race, costs, and beyond. That's Monday, starting at 6 a.m. KFI AM 640, go here for the Press Report. Every Saturday, 5 to 6 p.m.
Riser.
And what's in that report? What can people find? It basically talks you through the process of taking your 401k or IRA, just pulling it over to precious metals IRA. So it's a very simple process, but it kind of walks you through it and what to expect. They really have simplified that when they first started doing that because a lot of people were very complicated. That's streamlined. Yeah, it's I would say it's complicated. It is some paperwork involved, custodian calls, but for the most part, they have streamlined it. Because I remember, recently, one of our listeners did it and said he was astonished how easy it was. Yeah, it's gotten a lot better over the years because of technology and a lot of the stuff you can do online and fill out the applications, come in and notices that you need a social call and so it's actually
Yo, did your phone freeze?
It was
At the very end, it wasn't. Okay, so let me just give me a breakdown. Like the last 10 minutes, maybe. So as I understand, there's the Fraser River, there's the salmon. They're getting all kinds of diseases and stuff in these farms, and then what happened at the end? Have you have you ever been to a fish hatchery? That's different than a fish hatchery. A fish hatchery is generally an artificial. Dude, they smell so badly. I've only been to one once, and I was younger, but basically it smelled like fish, like overwhelming amounts of fish. But it was interesting to see, like the different stages of fish that they have, and I just if you had been to one, you would know. I mean, I would think so because it smells so much like fish. Like, what else do you think it's gonna smell like? But that's what stood out to me. Yeah, like you were saying, salmon are a major part of the economy there. A major food source that like the fauna um, depends on, like the bears and the um, like I'm sure all kinds of other animals, and how it like has this natural um, ebb and flow with the um, like um, bugs, insects, and stuff, and what they're eating, and they're like a key part. And if you mess with the the spawning or the life cycle or just the overall health of the um, fish or of the salmon, like you're going to affect everything, but especially now because Canada, specifically British Columbia, relies so much on salmon, like as like a it's like a crop, I mean, it's like something that uh, you have like fish farms that they showed, and something that was interesting to me, all of the different diseases that the fish get with like viruses and infections and like even fish cancer. They talked about like fish leukemia or something, which is like I didn't know that. So that was interesting to me. Um, exactly. I agree with you. And found it interesting that sick fish don't eat, and fish that don't eat don't grow, and then those fish would like end up at the bottom of the tanks, and they could get the other fish sick, and um, that was wild to me. Um, Salmon are fascinating. The idea that their entire existence is to breed. Like that's it. Like they breed, and once they breed, they die. And it's this circle of life. Basically, you have the eggs. Eggs get fertilized. Fish grow. They start to swim upstream. Uh, they they mate. The the eggs are laid, and like it's just this like perfect circle that nature has created. But they go upstream, which is so. They didn't explain it in that, to my knowledge, but why do they go upstream? I'm gonna look it up right now. Yo, why do salmon go upstream?
Yes. Yeah. Like salmon just like oh, get rocks.
So upstream environments offer cooler, oxygen-rich water and stable gravel beds to protect eggs from predators and promote faster, healthier development for young fry. Safety and isolation. Spawning in headwaters isolates the next generation from predators and competition found in lower river reaches and the open ocean. Natal homing. Adult salmon use a sense of smell on the local to imprint on the unique chemical signature of their birthplace, navigating hundreds of miles to return exactly to where they hatched. That's fascinating. Uh, yeah. Well, at least in the United States, salmon wasn't really that popular until I would say the 1980s, 1990s. On the West Coast, it was, but not like throughout all of the United States, where you'd get like, if you couldn't get fresh salmon from like the Northwest, maybe it was frozen. And like the big fish markets in like Seattle and stuff were, I think, key in Americans developing like a taste for fish, at least salmon. And now it's like available everywhere in the United States, and it's relatively cheap. And I can anticipate that it will not always be that cheap. Um, that now there's a big market for it. The price can be raised, and I anticipate that it will be pretty expensive in the future. I can't guarantee that, but who knows?
Expensive.
It, it used to not be. It used to not be. It used to not be nearly that expensive. Um. Okay. So now we're gonna look for. Uh, Yeah. I mean, there was a time like 15 years ago, I would say that it was not that bad. Um, Even 10 years ago, um, I would say that like I eat kosher steak, and so that's always been more expensive. It's different cuts, and after the animal is slaughtered, the meat is salted. So there's some extra precautions that are taken, and that has always made kosher beef and just kosher meat in general um, more expensive. So for me to say like uh, I price kosher meat more, but since the pandemic, the price of beef specifically kosher beef, has gone up dramatically. And I think it's one of those things where there was this like notching, I don't know how else to describe it, but like of pricing during the pandemic where people were like, well, it's a pandemic. What do you expect? And then there was all this inflation, and then it never went down. And so there's just this argument like, all right, so we need to be paying these exorbitant prices for steaks. I know I used to get uh, like in two big trays for years. I would just eat steak. I was on like what's called like kosher ketogenic diet, where all I would eat is just protein, and it's very expensive. And it would be like for two big trays, we're talking like big caterer trays. It was like $200 a week. So I used to spend like $200 a week just on steak, and and I would get it cubed, and I would like just eat it, like snack on it, almost like beef jerky. Um, and I know those trays now. I don't get them anymore, like in that amount. I'll still get um, some kosher steaks, but more rarely. And those are now like $400. So like the price basically has doubled, and it's not like there are half as many um, uh, cows. It's just part of like the inflation argument that's made. Okay, um, so we want to see a documentary. Let me see if I can get it. Yes, go for it.
Documentary full of like corporate and to be protected. Doesn't I would always like how more lies legal scientific test by
Yeah, that's right when it cut off for me. But I remember hearing that lady say, "So it's illegal to take video in there." Is that what she was saying? Right, a really big one.
all over the sample that where
Right.
where there's like um quiet it was like anarchist or salmon anarchist.
Well, maybe they needed a salmon cannon. Exactly. Do you like salmon?
Yeah, I love
Fishing rod. A nice, beautiful fish. Invading her. Island survival. People search and other thing. You can catch like something.
If you smoke the salmon, it'll preserve them. Oh yeah. Okay, you freeze it. Yeah. What's that sauce? There's like a white sauce that they put with salmon that I really like. Let me look it up.
They're like two micro legs. They really like them. Superman. Michael. Like, small. I chit chat line or something. Then we boil white. It's like, and then everyone. So the word.
Are you saying wasp? WAS, like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant? Oh, like that. Okay.
Something would not violent, but like almost.
Well,
Yeah, I protest get paid reading that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't want to be like it's Protestant, not Protestant.
Oh, I thought those
No, that's Protestant. Like, that's everything that's basically not Roman Catholic.
sit with like a deep
Right, you're right. Now I know what you're saying. Like, it sounds like Protestant, but it's spelled Protestant, but no one pronounces it Protestant.
thought they're talking about
Well, they are. They're talking about protesting the Roman Catholic Church. Yeah, I just don't want you to sound like if you were to say that in front of other people, it would be like you've never said this word before. It's pronounced that way, but you're right. Yeah, yeah. It's like a cream sauce. It is. It's very good. It's like white wine cream sauce. And I don't know, like sometimes I don't like fish. Generally, like um, even like fresh fish to me still tastes like fish, or still like there's just something off about that smell. And even like fresh fish that doesn't have a smell, it still tastes fishy. And so I like a sauce with whatever it is. Um, I will say this, like I could eat like tuna fish pretty like raw, like chicken basically. But I do like it with like a salad, like tuna fish salad. Um, I like tuna fish a lot. Like probably my favorite fish. Um, and tuna fish are so expensive, like they are like millions of dollars, like the big ones in like Japan.
or
Yeah,
right? But they're like
they are giant, but still, like that's like a house, like for like hundreds of pounds of meat. Um,
yeah. I think it was a lunar eggs to extinction and like affecting the price of the this example. You can charge spend super places or but I risers of where it comes back. Creates like a cycle
I understand the risk they're taking.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network. Free iHeart app and listen
She was pissed I was taking too long. I was watching the documentary though, and I was finishing publishing something, and I needed like 2 minutes, and then she just comes in and sets an all-time record, 119 in bowling, which is like, damn girl, better get you fired up before you play every time. She played better than I've ever played. My record is 118. She just dominated. I, you know what? Let's just find that out. Yo, dog, in 5-frame bowling, what's a perfect score? Is it 150? Yeah, it's 150. Shoot. I was just thinking of something and I forgot. Shoot. I don't think I remember it. Oh, I remembered it. Yo, dog, give me a Harvard Law Review argument, perfect blue book style, on how, because like zooming is a thing and like super good microphones are a thing and speakers and such, technically everybody is like, if you turn on a microphone, technically a microphone, if it's like enhanced enough, could hear every single thing that's going on earth. Maybe very low, but it really could do that. And thus the laws and like not streaming someone else's content are somewhat null or somewhat like inconsequential or shouldn't count, because like if you just start up a stream and it's recording video and audio, if you enhance the audio enough, you can hear everything in the world. And if you enhance the video enough, you could see everything in the world through reflections and things like that. And thus those types of laws need to be reevaluated.
Exactly.
I understand that, but keep in mind that like in the next 100 years or so, speakers will be so good and like microphones will be so good that you might be able to pick things up rooms away or maybe a block away. And same with video. And thus the strategy should be reevaluated. Yo, dog. Yeah, I was trying to make an argument that basically stated that with the advancement of microphones and speakers and such and AI, like basically nothing is like everything is it could technically be picked up or like recorded, and thus the laws regarding that type of um, recording should be loosened. And so, what I am basically saying is that um, I'm saying that ambient capture is what it's called in the age of far field sensing, a use based framework for copyright and privacy. Um, so basically, as all of this technology improves, like the law needs to be updated because for someone who has a stream like mine, I'm listening to this like we watched that documentary on salmon, and if you were to watch my stream, I'm the main character of the stream. It's not the documentary on salmon. If someone's watching my stream, they're watching it because I'm on stream and my behavior and my reactions. But if you go by the current law, the fact that the audio might be picked up by my microphones can mean that I can get a copyright strike. And I'm making the argument that the law needs to be updated to state that the main purpose of the stream is more important than random sounds that get picked up or random visuals that get picked up, especially with the advancement of AI and microphones and speakers and zooming opportunities. I have a question for you. No, why aren't we watching the OJ Simpson stuff? It's called. No, I have good news for you. Uh, the first documentary is an hour and 6 minutes long. It's available on YouTube. The second piece of good news is the other piece of evidence that I want you to watch is also on YouTube. However, it's 6 parts, but it's not. They're not all an hour each. They're like 30 minutes each. So it's not. It's not 6 hours, dude. All in all, it'll be like a little more than 3 hours. So just calm down. The name of the documentary is called O.J. Simpson, the Untold Story. If you want to know the exact name of what it's called on YouTube, it's yeah, it's all everything is on YouTube. It's called O.J. Simpson. Type in BBC and then dash O.J. Simpson: The Untold Story. It's like an hour and 4 minutes, or hour and 6 minutes. It's by uh,
Minerva B. Wells. Perfect. Is it like an hour and 6 minutes? Excellent. Dog, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna change your mind like the moon, or Michael Jackson, or this one. And keep in mind, this never aired in the United States. If it did, it would shock the. If it did, it would shock the world. Bef- okay, before we started, let me just say, I know this is before you were born, but the O.J. Simpson trial was nonstop television ratings for like 2 to 3 years, and then subsequent every single day. If you've ever heard of the channel called Truth TV, it might have a different name now. True TV. Previous, it used to be known as Court TV, and was literally created just to cover this trial. Basically, like entire channels were dedicated just to this. And then the racial aspect of it, it split the United States between black and white. If you were to ask black, uh, um, if you were to ask black people who are like African American people who watched the trial, many of them thought that he was innocent, and do the same with white people, and they thought he was guilty. It cut along racial lines very closely, and um, what we were told in I mean, just like you already know, like it's a punchline. Once something becomes a punchline, like oh yeah, Michael Jackson touched little kids, or oh yeah, of course O.J. Simpson did it, it's really hard to change people's mentality on that, because if you break them of that, then what else could they be wrong about? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Caller. Thank you for streaming.
Presents widely called Waiting Ron Goldman in a bloody knife attack.
Find the defendant Rothschild J. Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder and violation
The verdict divided America and the world. In the eyes of many, despite his repeated protestations of innocence, he was and remains a guilty man. But the world has not been told the full story. Tonight, this film reveals that the evidence heard in court was only part of the real picture. It also reveals that clues which pointed away from Simpson as the killer were dismissed completely. It shows that evidence was counterfeit and destroyed, that the police unearthed the crime scene, but the evidence was untraceable. And it reveals that there is a potential suspect, a close member of Simpson's family, never been questioned, and that months before her murder, someone was offered money to kill Nicole. This is OJ, the untold story. On the night of June 1994, OJ Simpson was a man without a alibi. Was each of his golf balls in his backyard as he played them, or was he driving to Nicole's house in a white Ford Bronco to commit a grisly double murder? At 8:45 South Bunny Drive in the comfortable suburbs of West Los Angeles, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman lay murdered with multiple stabs. They were discovered shortly after midnight.
When I looked at the bodies, this to me was like rage killing. There were numerous apparent slashes, stab wounds, literally all over the bodies. One of the victims said bled out. It was so severe. She was lying on the walkway, angled down towards the street. Blood was flowing in the direction. Overkill, jealousy, domestic, something of that nature.
There was a left-handed leather glove in the body footprints. He fired off so far, taking away from the scene to the rear of the property.
Here, yeah, that's what happened. The struggle, the left glove came off during the struggle. The left hand and left side was split by his body was injured. Was that person moved away from the left?
So an glove was leaving there in the office. They later found Ronald Goldman's head leading to a head by the table. He wasn't talking much about trees. 35-year-old Nicole having divorced from adjacent for 2 years. Was with 2 children together. They been thinking this was how life takes place. The relationship was broken down as life was reconciliation. And since the divorce, Nicole had begun to live life in the past. I think in the last year plus her life, I guess it's still drugs that can appear. Here she is, one faithful wife, dedicated, loving. Like I said, a few years she didn't smoke, sleeping around. And then the thing that was really very sad to me on the Nicole helped to see that there was a safety jobs in the show. These were that day, but the family government, somebody had after the show, subsequently, while Nicole was talking about later, the machine that's in the looks from where Ron Goldman was well, we were also Nicole was a face with watching college football since the divorce, became involved with Sammy's and 6'1", 25-year-old had to be a boy. She was staying far out and being sarcastic for watching this game. It's about 2.5 minutes left in the game, but it's a close game. Nicole was a children at 60 years behind and soon enough, when detectives arrived, they tried to move on. There was music coach Holmes to the bar to the lunch. We gotta get going, and he's like, well, I just want to watch the end of this place, the talk, and turn to see the truck.
Nobody will ever know what was in her mind when she walked out because she left the front door open. She walked a few feet down the landing down the steps where the attack occurred, and she was stabbed 4 times on the left side of the neck. The evidence suggests that Ron Goldman walked out and he has been attacked. The coroner struggled to lead the two.
Competition between the two occurs in her blood. It's already bleeding. So she had to be down for her blood to bleed to the extent that it already bled. But it didn't bled down. The forensic evidence showed that Rothschild was he's struggling, he's fighting, he's twisting, he's turning, he's doing everything that he can to survive. And the other person is doing everything that he can to find him and kill him. That's the way the silence of one has to know that you sever the throat. That's a kill. We of the detective, that's what I'm talking about. Like a dog that you're like, but that's the extra. He was also reliable detective on the door. Which was marked out. But it that's like on the mystery that she looked up a few hours before it didn't appear. During the ops, detective Butler said he found the rock market but in blood. Here's the so right here, this cloud becomes
Pfizer, can you hear me?
Some hardships will come out on the other side. You may have to fulfill healthier person. 60% of Americans not only podcast and 500. Yeah, I was research 2%. I did have to. So executive start.
What a strange
So they found spots of six marked on the driver's side and in the end.
That was my son.
I have talked for several folks, one of which some socks on the bed on when those socks were examined with high intensity light, there was a lot of blood that was around the ankles. And one of them was 19 projected that blood all the way around. And there were 39 on the other that came back full blood projected. That's the case. Those socks were present when they're fighting in that. That's probably one of the strongest pieces of evidence in this whole case is that pair of socks.
I'm excited about
Since the whole Chicago interface that possibilities and the story that was breaking. The detectives in charge of the case, Tom and partner Bill Banana, immediately responded to what they thought was a vital clue.
We not only wanted a statement to get involved, kept consistency down the road, but it's me. Guess what? The best thing. Back up. Get out. Getting this evidence in the hands of our killer probably ended on the left side of somebody with a left-handed glove. He's got his left finger cut. Got the finger photographed, cooperated. We also got his glove. And for the other get these forces simulations on. Play all up. Now the person's not with both some other way. He cuts himself all the time. When did you park your Bronco? Like you found it during 30 I was convinced that it was definitely a suspect, but I wasn't 100% serious on that. But I also knew, handling high-profile cases in the past, that we better be damn sure. Because we went through investigation, subsequent everything fell in line. Nothing that pointed in another direction. Everything pointed in one direction. He discovered that he was abusive and personal during their marriage after they had been married. There were also suggestions that sisters of the evidence of well, 4 days after the murder, the police issued a warrant for Simpson's arrest, but he also went their hands on it. Mr. Simpson is a wanted murder suspect who counts a terrible crime. We need to find him, we need to apprehend him, we need to bring him to justice as quickly as possible.
Instead, with the AC colleagues of the field, Simpson had visited Nichols' grave, while another family friend and lawyer, Robert Kardashian, read a note that Simpson had left behind.
I have nothing always will. I can't go on. No matter what the outcome. People will look and I can't take
As the drama unfolded on live television, thousands came out onto the streets to watch the most wanted man in America go by. As the Rothschild headed back to his house on Broadway, Simpson noticed that his head, a SWAT team was called and given heads. Right after the Broncos was 24-year-old Jason, single son by his first marriage. Shortly after the police dragged Jason away from his father, Simpson gave himself up. In his own words, a depressed, lost man. In the months that followed, the police continued to build their case. They believed that Simpson had driven over the Atlantic and had either stalked Nicole or been driven by Goldman's arrival into a fit of jealous rage. The detectives believed that he had then brutally murdered them both before driving back to his home, spreading blood in his Bronco as he left. The Bronco was a key crime scene in its own right. Rod Englert examined the vehicle when it was taken apart.
When the detectives approached the white Bronco that was parked outside the Rocky and Street address, there was a transfer of blood pattern on the Bronco door that was consistent with the bleeding left hand of O.J. Simpson, less than a half-inch wide, a little over 4-inch wide, consistent with when he reaches out and touches that to open the door. And that pattern is also consistent with the pattern on the inside of the door well where you open the door to get out.
The forensic team found Simpson's blood by the driver's door, on the driver's side cockpit, on the seat, the instrument room, and on the steering wheel. But it was the discovery of Nicole Brown's and Ron Goldman's blood, particularly on the center console of the Tuesday. For Englert and the team, it appears to prove that Simpson had been involved in the crime.
There's anybody's mind, but this person had to be a crime. That's a real problem. Reality. We need something to point another direction. We need something substantive that says if someone else did this crime. None of that exists. Absolutely none of
A mountain of evidence showed that Simpson was the murderer. But is their case really so conclusive? Not only is there significant evidence pointing away from Simpson, but it's also now clear from the new research for this film that there is evidence that the police dismissed or ignored. One private detective has run a department, and what he has discovered puts the prize on a completely new crime. Dallas, Texas. Over the last 40 years, Private Eye Bill Deere has solved a number of major cases and has a reputation for taking nothing for granted. Right from the start, he had major reservations about the police handling of the case, and so he began his own investigation.
There's a great love behind the bungalow at O'Jays. When you put two and two together, there's a little bit of love down on the Bronco, a little bit of love sound on the driveway. I think they made up their mind very quickly. That was okay. And from that point on, they went no further. They had the mind. I felt that in my mind, maybe there's something wrong here. It's not being told the story.
Bill told the case over without the investigation.
I can't believe that a guilty man is going to voluntarily go down to the police department, followed by Harold Weissman, his lawyer, and say to the lawyer, I don't need you, just go ahead and sit outside, we'll have a cup of coffee, I'll talk to him. If I just go to people, somebody like him didn't allow himself to cross-examine, ask questions, photograph, fingerprint, everything that they did. The case is too complicated. It's too packed. I've got to know the truth.
Bill Deere then went on to Los Angeles to examine the crime scene.
Black Jesus found back days of the hours were changed for more than this is their long drivers are now the first shows that I'm watching. Those are Chris across the street on my chest. I hate myself. I came down the steps, walked the narrow passageway, upstairs, downstairs. There I'm standing there by her door. And I'm looking now and I still see some blood. And all of a sudden I'm looking at what I've been told by the press that he was hiding behind the bushes. And I'm saying, he can't be hiding behind the bushes. There's a brick wall there separating one neighbor from the other.
There had to be a lot of screens because these people were fighting for their life. One moment was a young man fighting for his life. The poor God didn't want to die. That's weird. And it's one of the things that really bothered me all along. I'm a single parent. I couldn't really for myself coming here to the social, even my ex-wife before I left, and leaving my 3 minor children to walk out and see the fight of the cold dying here. As long as the name against them, bleeding all over the place with his eyes wide open. No guy as a parent can do that.
The other thing that was funny, the people that we talked to, they all said to me, did you know that OJ's father took the side of blood? A weapon such as a knife is a weapon of choice. OJ could have done anything other than use a knife. He was afraid of blood. If you're going to use a knife, you're going to be cutting the knife, so you're going to see blood. They arrested OJ right after he came back from the train. To me, they examined him. There should have been some bruises on his face that were indicative of life. That was I think this is one thing that really caught me off guard. How do you like someone writing expert to some degree? With 20 some odd staff fighting for life, he's got bruised muscles. There's marks on the bottom of the open finish. There's a mark on canvas top of it. He was trying to kick out, trying to defend himself with right emotions, defensive posture. He's caught. George, you had a chance to find some pictures as much as you can. And he tried to cut off yet, but this is not it. Bill Horn's Charles, they showed me stuff that makes the conversation there.
He's surprised. He's rocking, the sailor comes down, trying to overbear him, he's coming in, static, back beside this, boom, struck, back in, 1, 2, struck in.
Would there be any movements or any marks on your body based on what Goldman has just done to defend himself and protect his life? If there were bruise marks on his knuckles, what would that be indicative of to you as a professional? He's striking. Striking where? Stick your hands up to strike.
I would say there would be striking in here and in the facial area. Reading the autopsy report, he had bruises around these two knuckles and some with the third one, and he sucked, especially at the end. I have done this like without any bruises whatsoever on my body. What would be the least I could walk away from? The least you could walk away from maybe a black eye, bruised, maybe broken.
The places and the examples you use to the levels. Those injuries or bruises
It's just one thing.
Simpson has given various answers about a broken glass in his hotel room in Chicago. Forensic pathologist Dr. Werner Spitz viewed the photograph and testified in court against it. What do you wear? She learned all tried thinking about also reflecting those which by location on the ticket corresponded to that kind of occurrence. But even if they were fingernail marks, golden or the color could golden snails were too short. Those analysis of Nicole's acrylic nails did show blood. It wasn't the same size. It pointed to someone else with a different blood type. But likely, since there wasn't proof of expectations, the fingernail evidence pointed away from it. There were more contradictions. The first prosecution was adamant that two doctors in a spontaneous judge, and that they chose to believe that this was more than two dollars for a life that just let us even this wasn't the most disturbing aspect of the police case. There were serious questions about the reliability of the evidence against one of the world's most respected forensic journalists is Dr. Rabbi. Acting for this next, he examined the scene with first glance. Certain things are please procedure. We can't fix the joint. That's where the government is supposed to find out what these shows. Two should be sure you know so we can just always try so that we can listen to VRO shooting pattern. That little area so complicated. So many different patterns there. We can Here's the spring is a British specialist in history and has produced the new sampling of the scene. He's astonished by the disregard of the procedure. First come, first served. About 7 and 9 really up and down that top, and it still hasn't been translated. That's all clear. It's a tragedy. Never steps back. The image of the very close to being
Thank iHeartMedia, a party of 2026 plan today. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. Again, that's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Suspects.com. Offices throughout the elementary state position. No guarantee of results. Some case. Followers on ship things. And KFI AM 640.
It's an honor and a colleague during this. Yes, violations of procedure.
Sit back and watch the parade of moves and say,
There are also major concerns about the blood evidence in the body of being in the incredibly, a number of officers who knew the body crime scene were reported to have been inside the Rothschild before it had been examined. And one of those officers had looked after the Green job from stage originally led much of the victims like this. Obviously, he's got the image of the kids were there ever went over the part of the other right when a video it's been everybody following the kids and provide the best service.
Well, I get that you're going to share the LGBT experience, but it's very intimidating, obviously, to reach out to. I'm glad you brought that up. It should be important. It should even be in the conversation of politics, unfortunately, when you have a city like Los Angeles or
Just 36 hours after the murders, the Buffy drive behind scenes was washed down.
between the parties.
But was this a case of bad police practice? Or was the evidence actively tampered with, or even planted to help them investigate? There were two pieces of evidence against it. Nichols' blood was found splattered on a pair of citizens' socks in his bedroom, and blood was found on the back gate of Nichols' house 3 weeks after the scene had been washed down, providing the best match by far was DNA and the disease. The jury was surprised. The defense requested that some attempt be done on the bloody results of the case. This time they both revealed treatment of preservatives called EDTA. EDTA is used by forensic scientists to stop blood clotting in the test tubes. That's actually his lie. The swab test showed that EDTA was found only in the blood stains, not the rest of the swab. The gate test had the same result. EDTA was found only in the blood stain, not in the control sample containing EDTA. For Terry Marston and Peter Harper, there is only one interpretation. The blood evidence taken from public safety also impacts the case against him. It's not days after the murder was surprised. Since the blood was found, but there were also traces of both victims' blood. Particularly noticeable were the blood stains on the sentence related to the 1933 register. There is not to be but like the Sunday case, when the blood evidence in the Bronco was re-examined 3 months later, it had also changed. In particular, the results from the consoles were not very different. Item 30, relabeled as 303 and 306, was now found to be a mixture of substances, Bronco and Nichols' blood. 304 and 305 also differed from the original analysis, and 305 would only have been made with a hand collected with fresh blood. The children of the case together never made by either of them.
Numbers are easy to
And
gloss
that's
over.
what we covered in blood for both himself.
Fielding a team of 4 players.
But if that's the case, then everything else he touched, like the door, steering wheel, or light switch, can also be smeared with the same mixture. But these smears are all just sensible blood.
But numbers of times are
It is going to remain the same.
we have the appropriate staff to this
With the thicker areas of blood and the blood of the fingertips, that's what drawn from the beers. However, since the blood is not found on the fingertips, it ignores that mixture of the very complicated.
Professional staff level. It's a funny issue. They've all got their own sort of what I've seen done. A handful of people there that
The area that they say,
around them. I try and tell our story.
you're facing down this
Because politicians react with Washington. They want to be real. And right now, I'm large part activist. And the majority of people
The loudest, most obscene, angriest voices.
So the serious difference of the blood from the wrong goes to the game.
Especially meaning for it.
Does this mean that the police will actually speak the things that numerous allegations have been surfaced about
Actually, power and
Detective Mark Merlin, the racist officer who discovered some of the most important clues in important cases where suspects were beaten or reports were falsified. He previously visited every day in America.
Unfortunately, we have others who get out of
Detective Furman, have you ever falsified a police report? Detective Furman, the plan for manufacturing
I certainly would not have this worthwhile. There was a disturbing aspect to the First Amendment. Also, that some of the blood taken by the police had gone somewhere, and they discovered that all the main blood samples were taken away by blood. Trial, and these detectives had a fire. I don't know in any other cases if that had been discovered in one year, then the case would be we learned in this simple case, which went against Mr. Simpson. Nevertheless, we learned that that same senior detective had gone to the coroner's and asked for and received samples of blood inside. So therefore, the blood of all the principals, that's 100% of the blood types found in this case, on the fence, on the ground, on the gloves, on socks, clothing, car, universal blood in this case, samples of which were in the hand of senior, at least one senior detective, thus violating the chain of evidence, absolutely violating every safeguard, every tradition, every expectation on the part of the prisoner at the bar. Not admitted freely, but dug out by a highly active, aggressive team. So despite Simpson's blood to the scene and his lack of an alibi, there are now peaceful doubts about the evidence associated with the crime scene. When the verdict came, America stopped to watch, and the results split the nation.
Jury in the local pipeline to find the defendant Rothschild James Simpson not guilty of
Some hailed the result as a victory over a system that would do anything to secure a conviction. His defense team believed that there was a wider pattern for this whatever evidence may have been manipulated, a year later Simpson faced another trial. This time in the civil court. In this case, brought by the victim's family, dramatic new evidence emerged. The main set of bloody footprints by the bodies of down the path from here was made by a style of Bruno shoes, which there were only 300 pairs sold in the United States. Simpson denied his claims. In the time heard about his testimony regarding the shoes. Another photographer involved in this case. 34 photographs of Simpson wearing the same shirt on the same day. On top of it, a photo of 30 shoes. published in a newspaper without a public sensation. 9 months before, now he had to vote newspaper public record evidence or hospital Simpson lost the case and was ordered to pay the families of the victims millions of dollars. The family's lawyers had successfully argued to the civil trial jury that Simpson owed a pair of criminal ugly shoes. So could Simpson have been at the crime scene with or after someone else? Dr. Henry Lee believes he has found evidence that supports the idea of two people at the murder scene.
At the scene, we notice another savage, also on the floor. His parallelism is a smaller series of
Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
which indicative of their unexpected method of possible.
Dr. Lee was told that none of the shootmen from the police officers or other officials at the scene matched this parallel line design.
Which could have some diversity. Another suspect? It's a possibility. Could be a witness? Another possibility.
Simpson's defense team also unearthed the third evidence work. This time leaving the scene heading on to Bundy Drive. So is there an explanation that makes sense of all this evidence that points away from Simpson as the killer, and yet explains the footprints and the blood at the scene? Private Eye Bill Deere thinks he has some answers, and tonight he feels his mind.
Watching the trial down my line, came to the crime scene. To me, came after the
Deere wondered whether anyone else would have called Simpson to go. After investigating other possible suspects, he honed in on just one, Simpson's son from his first marriage, Jason.
Then I picked up on my first. I said, find out if there's any record at the police department of Jason Lamar Simpson ever been interviewed by the police department. I said, no, they didn't. Are you really telling me they never interviewed him? Never interviewed him. So I said, okay, I've got to look further. I go down to the city. And I look up criminal records. I found that the day of the murder, that Jason Lamar Simpson was on probation.
Deere discovered that Jason had been put on probation for a crime that had finding oil behind Goldberg. He also found that Jason had other convictions, including drunk driving.
And one day he called in and said, I'm saying, and the other person came in and said, hey, I saw Jason. Next day, Jason shows up and said, I'm back to work now. I think I'm going to quit. I want to pay you for being on. He said, Paul said, no, I'm not going to pay you for being on. You're the master. He said, you're going to pay me. I said, you're going to pay me. You told me. And Paul said, no, I'm not going to pay you. And he turned to walk away. And all of a sudden, Jason went up behind him. And he went back and fell down. Jason's gone. Next thing you know, he reached for a knife. And she said, you were involved. She said, Jason, and George, you were involved. She said, I picked up the truck, I will go over to this later. When we were so fine, and placed on probation.
After many instances of street cases, Deere discovered that each recently was recently police believed Jason believed that had on his mother the baseball bat. These seem unlikely or negative bad simply because they can be the key question now was whether Jason had some kind of parts alibi. Jason, who's working on the chef at Johnson's restaurant in Bethany. He wouldn't know by the people that were pretty well liked, so I remember right. And the cases. And as like most chefs, he had his own template. I remember they were all counted. According to the police, Jason had the fullest time on the bottom. He was completely to the late that evening. He established that he was people that spoke to him, they were let down from him and said, out. Well, I've always taken position in every restaurant. I ended up talking to the waitresses, and I said, I was in on the bill. It was the Sunday before. Well, I said, you haven't heard of anybody here? Yeah, we were lucky we had 20 plays. We started closing right after July. So I'm not like, so how they did the rest of the show did $5 Sunday night, you can go up and 20 to 25 people. You go down, what, 8:39? Jason himself was given on the conference. He stated that his good friend Jennifer Green went to others and around 10:30. They drove her. He then dropped her off. When he watched television, to the memory side, Jason, his girlfriend tested me. See him come to the dive with the mustache in West Los Angeles. I said, you're on the 9 and 12. Absolutely. She said, well, I was supposed to meet him up at 9:30, so I got there right at 9:30. And he came out, he said a few minutes. He came out a little before the COVID. That's what happened this time. Well, he came out. Oh, yeah, Gary's inside. I said, what are you talking about, a chef? Yes, a chef. He got to the Jeep, drove to my house. Got out. I went upstairs to my apartment. I said to him, so I was there, he was with me until after 11 o'clock. The two stories were a direct contradiction to each other. The times were different. Jason stated that he never went up on it, but Jennifer was adamant. And he verified the 9 o'clock. The timer didn't show the time we left. We left about 9:45. It was about a 5-minute drive from Jackson's restaurant to Jennifer's apartment, and a further 15 to 17 minutes to drive to Nicole's house on Rothschild Drive. So Jason could have seen that the crime scene at around 10:15 that night, which was the earliest the police believed were murdered. With doubts over Jason's alibi, Bill Deere continued to look to Jason's house, in particular for a previous girlfriend, Dee Dee. When she said, astonishingly, see, this is like I dated him for quite a period of time. I liked him. But he had Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde personality. In fact, he tried to kill. I went home one night and Jason was mad. I picked up Chinese food and I ran for my life and he jumped on me. He had in his hand his shovel. He took and hit me there and reached down and I thought he was going to kill me, but instead he took the knife and he caught all my hair. Diaz recently found that Jason had a history of disturbed behavior, which began as early as 14 when he overdosed on cocaine. They discovered that Jason had been a heavy drinker as well as using other drugs. Also found him placed in some reduction evaluation and attempted suicide 3 times. One of Diaz's many advices to go through after examining Jason's rubbish online, he discovered that Jason was consuming a lot of alcohol, that he was taking medicine for depression. Is usually prescribed for seizures and a condition called rage disorder, and should never be taken with alcohol. The doctor further research. They found that just 6 months before the emergency, Jason said that he was losing control. Dia then discovered that Jason suffered from a condition called intermittent rage disorder. And because the murder showed signs of being rage-intense, Dia wanted to find out why someone with the condition would behave.
When you use it reversed, yes, the person has moments they be very alcohol, and then for what they may consider good reason, they may extreme rage, violence, frequently that diagnosis is associated with a seizure kind of disorder. Medication that's usually used is one when it tends to control seizure activity.
Now, 2 months prior to the murders of both sons of God, I know from a previous quote from my suspect witnessing his death. The girlfriend said, "Why are you not taking your death penalty?" He said, "Stuff this." Dia then found that around the same time as Jason stopped taking Depakote, he made another attack, this time on the friend's genital. Headline: OJ's son tries to kill girlfriend. There it was, a picture of Jason, a picture of Jennifer Green, and a story where she admitted to friends that she was in fear of her life. Took her out of a car and actually Jason knocked her to the ground and was beating her. Didi verified that Didi was there. He had his hands around her throat and was trying to choke her to death. Why did the police ever do that? Because they were convinced that OJ was guilty. According to the police investigation, Jason had no motive. He was very quickly eliminated. Of course, we're still looking at this by those things that but Dia disagrees. He thinks that Jason didn't have a possible motive. On the night June 12th, Nicole said our family were scheduled to arrive not in Thessaloniki, but in Jackson's restaurant at 8908 Beverly Drive in Beverly Hills, California, for a dinner that was being prepared by Jason Simpson. Jason, but she never showed up. I wonder if himself, a young man, never come to your restaurant for you. Jason had to have been embarrassed that night, laying out preparations for 11 people to come to Jackson's restaurant and nobody showing up. God, that had her. Jason would also be accused of stalking. He followed ex-girlfriend Dee Dee after they broke up. She tried to get away from him after the time he put all over her. And guess who followed her? Jason followed his father OJ here in New York. started. Nicole also had complained of a stalker. Before she was murdered, Nicole told former police officer and family friend Rothschild that she thought it might have been Jason. She called for the phone. That she thought it could have been. She's like, not sure. It was either or. I'm thinking, here again, I'm thinking to myself, Nicole had taken Jason up to various nightclubs. Become infatuated with her. Because this guy, she's taking off dancing all the time, and it's a weird time. Well, like I said, I'll never forget that. Her saying that. Jason declined to be interviewed for this film. Currently, the evidence that links him to the crime is circumstantial, and there is no proof of this involvement. The police failed to examine the inconsistencies in Jason's story, but there was also another major line of inquiry that the authorities, believing that Simpson was the sole suspect, they also dismissed the leads provided by Nicole and Simpson's other line, involving sex and drugs, which might have provided another motive for the murders.
This case is drug usage is like tea, it's like coffee. So the drug issue was there, no question about that. And the range of the way the homicide took place would also lead a reasonable person to conclude that it's got to be somebody crazy to do something with it.
During the year before her death, Nicole and her friends were moving in drug-related sessions. Metzger's restaurant was widely rumored to be a place to buy drugs, and Ron Goldman was alleged to sell them. What's more, just a year before the murders, Goldman's friend and nightclub owner Brett Cantor was killed in a similar savage knife attack, and other waiters working for the Metzger chain were murdered or went missing within 18 months. Simpson was also known to take cocaine. So who is Nicole's involvement with drugs provide an explanation for the murders? Author Donald Freed believes it may shed light on Simpson's presence at the crime scene and his strange behavior.
I think this is a drug murder. I think Mr. Simpson knows basically. I think his guilt is based on I believe he's using their potential. He says that he will forgive himself for not having followed the advice.
I think he is wrong.
And the context of the murder, but he does not say what keeps it from ever is that to really clear his name, he would have to speak what he knew, and that involves drugs and all sorts of things that perhaps are more painful almost than being wrong.
And from this murky world of drugs, there was a major lead which even the police wanted to investigate further. But the district attorney's office dismissed it as pure fabrication. Just 5 weeks after the murders, a story surfaced which showed that Nicole was being stalked by someone else. Police in Newport Beach, just south of Los Angeles, sent out a press release. It stated that they had convicted a man who stolen the car of Simpson's then-girlfriend, Paula Barbieri. When they arrested the man, named Bill Bars, they also discovered that he had a notebook detailing surveillance on Nicole. So if Nicole was being stalked, could this be part of the conspiracy that led to her murder?
Oh, this is interesting. I mean, I remember the thrill that he read of the principal in Dick when
and also did she act? December. And he's in jail with a diary, and one of the reasons he's in jail is for stealing Paula Barbier's bra. Oh, a lot of coincidences here. A lot of interest. CNN raced to get the news story. Why they hire you? Why? Can you tell me? Don't want to tell me? The Los Angeles police took Waz's story seriously too. They sent one of their most experienced murder detectives on the case to come up with prison to check it out.
Down there, went in and talked to Mr. Watts. I objected with Mr. Watts before one, obviously, he has handwriting exemplar. Certainly lock it down that she was, in fact, one who wrote those entries. But she never denied it. The other was just to find out what was going on.
Waz was also a cocaine dealer. He introduced to Simpson and a close friend by one of the staff at the Restream nightclub.
Hooked me up with people that wanted to buy some cocaine, and OJ kept going over and
Still in prison, Waz agreed to be interviewed by telephone for this film.
we changed numbers, and in the future, they weren't habitual users, they're recreational users, maybe twice a week.
Waz says he delivered cocaine to Simpson and Nicole as a home show. But more importantly, Waz also said he supplied Simpson's friend. It was this same friend who then asked him to follow Nicole and to take pictures of her any land she met. No private eye, it was thought that it would be easy information.
They asked me if I would do look for me. I said, OJ said twice if she could tweet out him with an individual, but she was at that time staying at the Rockham address. I picked her up there. I called around for about a day and a half, and I took her pictures at Tony Romo's off Ventura Boulevard. It was her kissing a black individual with a man who I later learned was Marcus Allen.
Nicole's affair with American football star Marcus Allen had already caused friction. After the balls of film, Waz met Simpson's friend, who can't be named in the parking lot of McDonald's on Ventura Boulevard.
I believe I turned over the film and got the cash and at the parking lot in Chino, McDonald's. And that was it. He invited me over to his house.
Remarkably, the friend then asked Waz to steal Simpson's friend's four-wheel drive car. Waz was told when and where he'd take it, even where the keys would be. Shortly after stealing the car, Waz was arrested and jailed for 20 years for a series of armed robberies. But clearly, he knew more about the operation. After getting the basic details, the teachers felt at first wanted to know.
I asked him, well, we don't know these people. Friends of OJ, or, well, they're close to OJ, and then he starts asking me some questions.
Waz asked Detective Cooper how much he knew about this particular friend of Simpson's.
Well, maybe you should look into his background. Maybe you should be looking into his friends. Well, if you're listening to what he's telling you, then the connection back to OJ is there. All right, so why would OJ want to follow Nicole, and why would OJ hire the dope dealing drug addict to do it? So, with this information, I go back to the police department and I said, look, Tom, this guy's righteous. He's telling me the truth. He admits to writing this stuff. We got the handwriting exemplar. Solidifies that. This is way before the murder occurred. I think this guy can lead us to a contract killing, and we can go after more than one person here. But I don't remember those Phil Thomas said, hey, they're not going to follow it up together. That's coming. So I'll tell you.
know that this is a good clue or a good direction to follow for the prosecution. While this story didn't fit with the notion of the jealous husband unloaded just 2 months after the murders and before the court case had even begun, the investigation dropped. While we're all running around trying to get answers to this, we told both sides. Another one of those pranks. Guys, don't worry about it. That notebook was made up in prison. It's a forgery. It's a fake. Forget about it. Go on. So, I'm ashamed to say I was one of them. Recently, I was living right for that time. And because we had so many things to do, you don't even go on that. I'm embarrassed to say, I believe it. Since both sides put it down so categorically, and it made sense. Another criminal trying to make money off the deal case. But 4 years later, Joe Bosco discovered that the was no book, not the forgery as he had been told. He then tracked Waz down to the Still in prison, Waz told him the full story. Waz explained that 10 days after handing over the postcard, he had been asked by Simpson's same friend who said he's for a future assignment.
There's been a lady rage about how when she calls OJ how she talks too much about the misadventures of the person with about a new friend. So it'd be safe to say she kind of pushed the envelope a little bit there.
But he also reveals that Simpson's friend then hired him as a hitman to kill Nicole.
Basically, the proposition asked me to take a certain job he had, which I did not take. Asked me if I would do her, give her $15,000, and I said my responsibility was to the deed.
But while suspected that he killed Nicole, he could be set up as the full shot.
I believe that did have to be done the deed, either A-frame before they killed him on the spot, so it'd be a kind of like stalker of OJ's women or something, who knows. I already saw that coming sort of, so that's why they were intended to do the deed.
Bosco then approached Bill Rothschild, the director of special operations in the district attorney's office, who worked on the case. Bill, you remember the last story? Is it worth following up on? Is it worth my time? Yes, I. Absolutely. It's a joke. They do it. I would do nothing but work each day. I believe that where this crime would have been again. Bosco then brought in a former senior prosecutor to act as Maz's lawyer. He needed to be convinced of his plan. I wanted to get inside of his mind. He's a very awesome, intimidating individual. And I want to look him in the eyes, so to speak, and see what's in it for him. If there was something in it for him, then maybe I'd ask him to read those letters when I got to give you this kind of evidence. He lays himself out. His threat. See, now he's going to be known as a snitch. Right? Snitch knows you want to be. And he was like the bad of the bad. Okay? Those are the highest killers. That's where he was fishing. So you don't want to be laying yourself out. Unless you get something. It was almost like, I hate to say it, he was an honorable book of a generation. Bill Rothschild in the district attorney's office was impressed by the evidence that he got was. He asked Philip Cooper, the detective who had investigated the case first time on, to work with Bosco. They began to look into Simpson's friend. Cooper and Bosco discovered that the friend had connections to other illegal activities. They found that Nicole made a become indiscreet about being criminal at the time, and that she might have been killed. But the new LAPD investigation of the Simpson case was not popular. It was shut down.
You get into embarrassing or hurting or tarnishing the image of the Los Angeles Police Department, as the O.J. Simpson case did do. It embarrassed the investigative branch of Los Angeles Police Department. Bottom line, they don't want that in, right? Because now they got to deal with the same issues.
They just don't want to. I would have loved it for, about wise men. I would have loved it to see what was the reason why you guys don't want to follow the direction.
So, in my view, that investigation should proceed on. If you go after these people, you have a solid case, and you're working with a solid foundation, and you're doing the right things. Who cares if you get victims? I mean, is your job the truth, or is it your image?
The district attorney's office refused to take part in this film. They closed down the bar's investigation twice, despite evidence of a plot against Nicole. They failed to investigate Jason Simpson's alibi. They failed to compare Jason's fingerprints with the 9 unidentified prints found at the murder scene. And in a last and final twist, they have also failed to follow up a forgotten clue from Ron Goldman's shirt, which one of the original trial consultants believes could shed light on the killing.
There's 2 patterns that are very significant and quite remarkable on the back of his shirt. And those are grab patterns. Bloody grab patterns, meaning that the hand of someone else, not himself, because it would be impossible, that had grabbed and twisted the back of his shirt in the mid-back and on the upper left shoulder.
Using new scientific techniques, Ron Englund believes that these grab patterns could still identify the killer months before.
In the last 2 years, there has been a process of getting fingerprints off the cloth whose blood is the beat. Yes, this shirt has the possibility now, even today, even though it's been handled, but don't think it'll ever be done. This case is closed. Nobody wants to talk about this anymore. A lot of things have happened. There's a lot of water on the bridge, and the jury has already spoken.
5 years on, is it possible that the case could be reopened? It's clear from the new lead revealed tonight that a new investigation may be able to solve the crime. With accusations of corruption within the Los Angeles police forcing the reopening of hundreds of other cases, the truth about the deaths of Nicole Grant and Ron Goldman could still be told. O.J. Simpson was asked to discuss the issues raised in this program. He has declined to do so.
Real voices, amazing prizes. Let's talk to your favorite host using the talk back light. This is where culture comes alive. Listen everywhere on the app. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
Like rates were coming down, only to jump back up when the fleeting started to decline. In fact, market rates have been carrying on. They are changing real fast. Our exchange has a suggestion. Contact us now. We'll process your refinance application for no charge. You're doing it a price. You tell us what rate you'll close. Without closing costs at all. With a market cost to that rate. Notify you, prepare your closing documents, and close you at that rate in about 5 days. Pretty simple. We watch the market, or you use it in a short window of opportunity. If the market doesn't get there, your downside is wasting about 2 hours of your time. Get a real place on the outside is they get the rate you want. Now that makes sense. As a exchange.com and arrive without cost or obligation. Exchange.com.
Roger, can you hear me? Riser. 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 Oh, there you are.
I believe this is her fourth
Can you hear
time on
me?
the show. Very, very funny young lady.
Okay. What'd you think? And they don't even cover in that video a really big piece of evidence, which is so they have in the civil trial they had Johnny Cochran, who was O.J. Simpson's attorney, wearing a black beanie that was found at one of the scenes, and then there's a picture of Jason Simpson wearing the same black beanie, and the black beanie dog hair on it, and in the picture with Jason Simpson, there's a picture of him with his dog, basically saying like, "Hey, this hat was at the crime scene or at one of the crime scenes, and um, there's a picture of you wearing the hat." Like, I mean, just all kinds of questions, um, well, one thing, like a grown man, like O.J. Simpson, would not use knives to kill someone. He's not dumb. Knives are a messy way to kill somebody. Somebody with the ability of O.J. Simpson would hire a hitman like he was in discussions of doing, or if he had to do it himself, he would just shoot them. Very easy. There's no fights in that. I mean, O.J. Simpson was a middle-aged man. There's none of that. The idea of Jason Simpson being like having faked um his uh his time card is really questionable. That he was on probation at the time of the murders, then they didn't go into that. Like that's a big thing. That he was on probation. He was on probation for trying to uh kill his boss, and they had to get like a separation there. And then the idea that, he was excited for his mother or his stepmother to come to his restaurant, and then they bailed on him, and it embarrassed him and it pissed him off, and then he feed him like a heat of rage or whatever, went to her place to confront her. As I understand what happened is he came to the door, she came to the door, he got in a tussle, maybe just started stabbing her immediately. And then Ronald Goldman was coming later on and just ended up like walking onto the scene with this murder going on. And as I understand, Ronald Goldman as well might have been delivering cocaine. I mean, just imagine you've gone out to eat a lot in your life. If you ever forgot glasses at the restaurant, would they ever send the waiter to your house to deliver your glasses? Yes or no? Not in a million years. So there was something more to it, and they never looked in the envelope too well. Like they never addressed the cocaine aspect of it. Um, so this is how Kim Kardashian, like her dad was very involved in this, right? Her dad was best friends with O.J. Simpson and was his lawyer in the trial in 1994 or 1995. So that's how the Kardashians got famous. And then she did a sex tape around 2008 that made her famous. But her family was already famous because of this O.J. Simpson trial. That's what motivates her to be like an attorney, because her dad was an attorney. Her dad was one of the most famous attorneys in American history. But on top of that, her dad was also a major coke addict, and so was O.J. Simpson, and they were best friends. They would vacation together. There are pictures of um, the the of OJ and Robert Kardashian all over the place. And well, there are multiple, as I'm sure you're aware, probably more than we even know. I'm sure. Um, but just from a natural standpoint, right? Without doing too much to it, like you know, it'll help you. If you didn't know, the way that cocaine became popular in the Western world was when the Spanish were conquering South America and Central America and such. They noticed that um, the indigenous people would chew on coca leaves to give them energy, and they knew something was special about this, but it took a while for it to actually, like the process of getting it into powder form occurred, but they would just chew on the leaves because the people just naturally knew that there was something about those leaves that gave them extra power. Um, okay. Yeah, I've seen it multiple. There are two of them. Yeah, we should add that to the list. It's a documentary. There are two of them. They did one. It's like the one that like the graduating class of the Miami Police Department in whatever 1980 whatever. Like they all either ended up dying or going to jail. Like every single one of them. They either all were killed or turned to be bad guys. Yeah, it's really good. Um, so we'll watch that one of these days. It's really good. The documentarian of that, his name escapes me right now. I'll look it up because he's really good. He does some really good stuff. Um, I want to say it's like Corbin or something. Yo, who's the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian, please? Who is the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian? Cocaine Cowboys, Billy Corbin. Yeah, he does a lot of really cool stuff. Um, well, he did Cocaine Cowboys, and then he did one for it was on ESPN called The U, which is really interesting. And then he did another one on Billy Corbin documentaries. The University of Miami. Like it's just a fascinating story. Like the University of Miami's football team was so powerful in the 1980s that when people in the NFL, like the Miami Dolphins, wanted to get into a club in Miami, they would go to the guys in college to get them in because these guys were so in the know. Um, and just it's like they won like a bunch of games and stuff. So he did Cocaine Cowboys in 2006. He did the U in 2009. Oh, he did Broke, which was really good too. It's the story. We should watch that too. It's the story of how all these like seemingly really rich athletes, after only a few years out of um like their professional days, all end up broke. And it's got these fascinating quotes of guys who are like, I was paying car payments for people I didn't even know. Like one of my boys would be like, "Hey, can you pay my cell phone bill?" And all of a sudden, I would just ended up having to start paying somebody else's cell phone bill, and then he would have a friend who would want me to pay his mama's car payment or whatever. Like, and I just would do it because I was friends with these people, thinking that the money was always going to be there. But then I got injured or I had to retire or whatever, and then I have nothing. I had to go bankrupt 2 years later or whatever. Let's see, Square Grouper, The Godfathers of Ganja. I haven't seen that one. Screwball. I don't know if I saw that. I do know this story though. It's really fascinating, with the biogenesis doping scandal in Major League Baseball. But he did Cocaine Cowboys, The Kings of Miami. He did it again in 2021, and I believe I've seen both of them. I know I've seen the first one, but I think I've seen them both. And then he did. He's really good. He has this like, I know him so well. Like, I don't know everything about him. I could barely name his name. I only knew his last name, but I know the name of his production. I know the name of his production company. And I didn't even look this up, or like didn't I remember it now. It's called Ricon Tour. Ricon Tour is someone who tells stories with uh skill, and he's good at it. And so we'll have to watch that someday. But I don't know any of these documentarians companies. I just don't. They don't really they're not that popular. But this one guy, Billy Corbin, I know his. It's called Ricon Tour. And it's like a really cool name. It's like to be able to like a good storyteller, someone who tells stories with skill. All right, back to OJ. Yeah, I went through the footsteps of all those people at one time in my life, even to the McDonald's where they would like where Robert Kardashian and OJ Simpson would meet their cocaine dealer. It's a really interesting McDonald's. Like, I don't eat at McDonald's. I've said it in the past. One time I had to go to the bathroom, uh, but like that's allowed. Um, but there's this one McDonald's in Encino right off Ventura that I went to just because I knew that's where they would go, and it has the biggest fucking parking lot for a really busy area. It's just like I don't know how they got that. They must have bought this property like a long time ago, but all kinds of drug deals would go on. Like, and I'm not talking like rough drug deals. I'm talking like high, like really important people would go there. They would get like a bag of McDonald's, put cocaine in it, and then just make an exchange in the parking lot. But I'm not talking like gangbangers. I'm talking about lawyers and doctors and like Hollywood executives and such, and athletes. Now there's just like that the documentary we just saw. So are you in agreement that maybe you don't know for sure, but like, oh, there are a lot of questions regarding OJ Simpson's son? Okay. No, no, no. It definitely was real. They were trying to plant. They were trying to frame OJ Simpson for that murder. The LAPD. Yeah, dude. The guy, Mark Furman. They, that's correct. But when it's such a high profile case, they want as much evidence as possible going in their favor. I mean, this made the LAPD like even more famous than it already was. But arguably, like, no, they don't want to. They don't want to take this to trial and lose the case. It makes them look bad. It makes them look like they're taking innocent people to trial and locking up innocent people. Well, like basically the argument is if they're going to lock up OJ Simpson, who is a multimillionaire, famous person, then your random guy on the street has no chance. So the idea is this: let's weigh the scale in our favor. Let's plant evidence against O.J. Simpson. And then when he's found guilty, we'll look really good, like justice was served. But it backfired for them because he ended up being found not guilty. And then there were all these questions about their dirty practices. Not just that, it's just the fact that, look, if we're going to put all this time and energy into this, we want to make sure that we're going to win no matter what. We want the cards stacked in our favor. We don't want to leave a any doubt in a juror's mind. And there was doubt. Because there's a better chance that they could lose that way. They they it's extremely bad looking though if they quote unquote got away with it, because then it makes the whole department look bad, and people lose faith in their police. They don't want to fund the police as much as they were because they're like, look, they're taking innocent people to trial and trying to convict them, and they lose. So we need police. Um, we need perhaps. I mean, it's like, how do you know? How do you even know what a what a murder? No, no, I agree, but I mean, like, what do you consider a murder? Let's say you have a husband and wife. The wife gets cancer, and the husband doesn't let her seek treatment. Is that a murder? There's there's an argument to be both. There's an argument to be made both ways. But what I'm saying is like, right, right, and that's another thing too. Let's say the LAPD. This is in Brentwood, which is there are three places in Los Angeles County that traditionally they're called the three Bs. There's Beverly Hills, there's Bel Air, and there's Brentwood. Now there are some areas that are as nice or nicer. There's Malibu and there's some other places, but those three are major places. That's not just where millionaires live, but multimillionaires and billionaires. And if they find out that there's a murder in cold blood in their backyard and the police can't solve it, they lose all faith in the justice system, and they lose all faith in their law enforcement agency. So it's in the best interest of the LAPD to skew the deck, to weigh the scales in their favor, to tip the scales in their favor. It would be like this, right? I mean, I don't know if this is a great example, but let's say you and I are playing chess against each other, and we know this chess game is going to be on national television or international television. It's in your best interest, if you don't want to get embarrassed, for you to use some kind of AI assist so that you don't lose. And that's essentially the same as what they're doing when they're planting evidence. They know that all eyes are going to be on them, and they don't want to lose, because if they lose, there are very powerful people who are going to say, what are we funding with this police department? Not only that, if they could kill this woman and this waiter, could they kill me? Could they come to my house and someone kill me? So it's in the best interest. No, 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 no. It's not that. It's just the fact that there's a murder that took place, or multiple murders. You have a suspect. If you really feel that the suspect did it, then put them away. And the police department recognizes that sometimes they don't always know who did it, and so they will add some things to their favor, like planting of evidence, and that happened in this case. Not only that, I didn't go into it too much, but in other documentaries they go into um, the racial aspect um, of some of the police officers. Like they would say the N word on recordings, and it's like, okay, if you have somebody who's comfortable enough doing that, like, look, I mean, today it's different. Today you might have somebody who's like, look, I'm not going to say the N word on a recording for any reason because I just don't think it's a right thing to do. But I know at least one of the detectives of this case had major um, aspirations to be an actor and was in acting roles and eventually would be hired by Fox News as a consultant. He wanted the spotlight. He wanted to be on television. And he was caught on a recording saying the N-word at least 150 times. Now, it was for a role, but they didn't talk about that. He was comfortable enough doing it on recording um, that he did. And I don't understand why they didn't go after the son originally, but I think that very quickly in this story, they found someone who they wanted to target, O.J. Simpson, and there was a lot of excitement behind that. And any evidence that went in any opposite way, they just dismissed. Yeah, that it did. In the case, there was uh, the the planting of like a drop of blood in the vehicle, and perhaps some of the evidence was moved, like the gloves were moved, maybe, and the socks were found later. So this documentary didn't go into like there's more evidence. The most famous uh, police chase in world history is with O.J. Simpson. I'll never forget where I was when I was watching it, and yeah, that's true. But yeah, but what they don't show is when he gets to his house, the first person who greets him at the door is his son, and the police grab the son, and he puts his arms around his back like they're going to arrest him, and OJ Simpson just says, "Get in the house. Don't say anything to anybody." Basically, and I don't know exactly what it said. I can see their bodies though, because there's like a zoom shot from a helicopter, and they never go into that. There's a lot that this documentary. He wasn't rushing home. He had a friend drive, but they shut down the 405. They shut down all the expressway or the freeways of um, Southern California. Well, the major ones, and it wasn't a high speed chase, but it was the biggest chase in the history of the United States and likely the world. And they were on his tail the whole time. And there were people on the bridges as this was going by who were cheering him on. Yeah. Um, and like, I'm not gonna force you to watch anything that um why did they drive straight home? Um he wanted to go to his house. He was wanted for questioning. They don't ever really get into this story, but allegedly he was seeing his cocaine dealer in South Orange County, and they were on their way back from that, and that's when the police caught wind of where he was. But they never talk about. I've never heard it on American anything that wasn't on the internet that OJ was coming from these drug dealers. There's all kinds of other issues about this that like they don't go into in this documentary. That's why I say like the 6 part documentary they go into a lot more, but I don't want to watch it now. It's too much. But maybe someday. But I'll just give you an overview. Um, so OJ Simpson, if you don't know, was oh we are no. Okay, we'll watch it now. Well, no, if you're down to watch it, I'll watch it. It's 6 parts, about 40 minutes each. Dog, dog, it's not 6 hours. Okay, so let's watch it. It's called I'm getting it for you. It's really good. It's called Is OJ Innocent? The Missing Evidence. And it's in 6 parts. But I'll tell you what, just turn each part on like at 1.5 speed. It's called Is OJ Innocent? The Missing Evidence. It's narrated by um Martin Sheen, Charlie Sheen's dad. All right, I'm ready when you are. Let me know when you're streaming it if you can't. If you can't, that's okay.
It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. Just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, not about something serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. It's making sense. Let's kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you feel froggy, I follow button. Because listen, it's unpredictable. You know, it's unclick it if you like that was a bad decision. It's on the get information. So bad. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. Because it's going to be oh, it's going to
Palm Springs Serial Travelers. Rise above and into wonder. The thrill of getting lost in the view. Climbing higher, going farther, and seeing what's out there. Palm Springs Serial Traveler. Rise into wonder. Visit pstramway.com. Just after I talk back like on the free radio, I'd like to hear requests, contests, or just to say hi. Get your voice in the air fast. Radio app to try now. AM 640 more stimulating talk.
You're listening to the best moments from the Gary and Shannon show. That seems to be obsessed.
Wait for
That documentary. Okay, I'll be the judge of that. I mean, I know you're already the judge, but okay. What did I say? It's called O.J. Simpson. Okay. So it's a playlist by Judy W. I'll, I'll be the. No, it's perfect, dude. No, it's perfect. It's Martin Sheen. Dog, I've seen it. I've just watched it. That's the one that we need to watch. And just play it at 1.5 speed. It'll be fucked up anyway. And the reason why they have to do it that way is because they don't want a copyright strike. So they have to have that weird thing in the background going, and then they show it in a smaller window. Thing. Oh, and you're amazing for doing that. Can you hear me or no?
When Bill first said that he told the killer to go around the street, I was actually genuinely surprised. Come up and approach everything objectively so I can find out the truth. Now, it was shocking to watch this night Jason Simpson's mom says I get no I believe this. When Bill said he had the busy and I saw the night, I'm like, wow. The fact that was in that story, the villain was amazing. If you pulled it out, look at it. Regarding how those crimes may have occurred, Jason's sources has never been questioned or charged in relation to these crimes, and he has not made any public statements about any allegations regarding his involvement with the custody to reach their full punishment. So now, the federal judge criticizes criminals and forensic psychologists have begun their investigation into Jason's murder case. They started their journey into something the most ground search. Okay, so here was this story which exposed immediate life in the house.
Are you scared about some drugs? I don't know.
The county's taken on a lot of responsibility.
I gotta tell you, this is the first time I've sat here and sit down. Yes, I was as part of the SWAT team responding to the house, and people with faces chanting, "It was large." These fails. Out of nowhere, this man comes running up and he's yelling, "What you gonna do? What you gonna do?" They grab him and pull him off and take him away. But that was America's first look at Jason Simpson. Great.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada.
Some of this presentation will be but if you have difficulty in yourself feeling very uncomfortable, please feel free to let me know.
What would you expect to see on the offender from what you saw from the You might see lunacy, you might see exaggeration, you might see spectrum, that type of thing. You say there's a pretty good chance that there'd be a fair amount of those injuries. If you took all the pills off the suspect, if they took a look at his body, that you would probably see some evidence of those kinds of things. If you're the suspect, what defensive moves did you notice on full rounds? The defense moves are primarily we can see that the assumption is that whoever did it can grab her by the hair or by the forehead and tilt up her back, hyperextending her neck, and then use the knife to cut. So these people got being stabbed over and still being alive and having to see that knife plunge into you. I can't imagine what you have because it puts you in there in that position to make you perform. So bring something up for you, get your opinion on everything that we said.
Caught up in America's prison boom during the 20s. Culture. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the S3 surviving members. Jamal Jahadi, Bill Case, and Gary Cupcake.
What do you think about this in comparison to some of the others? This campus, additional weapons have been used in some ways. Possibility. Gives us an indication they also have some people so many of these injuries lacking a very specific characteristic would not be surprising to understand. Led him to believe that many of these could have been done by a single related knife, but that's different than the knife we have and we think could be first. On the other hand, he could not ultimately rule out a double-bladed knife. It could still very well be the first. Have we ever seen the yes? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Results are so harsh. We made the crime in advance of our machines attempting to make the development of DNA values. This allows one harmless device in pinpointing the process that is destroyed by spatial recognition using a word every introduced DNA. It's not a great game. That happening in 57 billion people. If it was that button, over in the atlas, and in there, the answer was no. There is so little DNA. And of course, all this contribution to that 7/10 of the problem. That's very, because 10/10 in Southern California. The lab examined the knife and its streams of microscopic amounts of blood. If they found any, they could use DNA testing to see if the blood belongs to the whole ground. Some are. Let it down there.
We're watching something too. It just started. It's on OJ Simpson.
There is violence happening on the street. Who eats for this hunk of a man? The case of studying homosexuality will flag crimes that are made on real. The opinions expressed in this summary represent just some of the many insidious scenarios regarding how those crimes may occur. We encourage you to reach their full conclusions.
President Trump said the screen was completely open and they really listed it on.
Right now, during this 165 million barrels worth of crude oil stuck in the Persian Gulf, and Trump's announcement that the price of shale quality gas for the Russians case was to $5. Attorneys say Let's go there. Social security will come out on the other side. They have everything will build a healthier person. And it's not just America's number one podcast. Try so having an opportunity to break down what the history of American history is, what is the evidence that you did tend to point towards in terms of what actually occurred?
Looking at this as an outside detective, I've never seen so many bloods. You get people sitting on death row a lot like this. Okay, Okay, looking at the passenger side, look at the backrest, we have more blood. Again, this is an insufficient amount of type. Only OJ's in the car, why the blood on the passenger? Yes, it's as good as mine. See, there's another arrow down here. On the right side of the console, we have more blood. This is a mixture of blood. OJ Simpson. That's our first hit from myself. What's interesting, at this point, we only have Nicole and OJ on the driver's side, but now in the passenger's area, we're not able to. And that's a tough spot for blood time. I mean, that's really down in there. The guys ever speculated on any of the scenarios that may have called to get on that side of the console? So looking for this. What's that? This is the elimination balls in the top up here. This has been removed. That I found under the passenger seat in your subsequent search. Now, why did he do that? So he didn't get eliminated with a normal. You can't see anything. And Conrad's light bulb theory is true. That's what's probably admitted and not the result of being a target. And that's big. So he's in here. This seems like a natural place for a big guy to rest in his hand. Or he's going to open his up, get something out, and come on the edge here. He's got the balls out. Maybe he's looking, maybe he keeps it up here. He throws it up here. Maybe he put it over here. I buy most of it, and it's all probable. This spot in particular gives me a little bit of trouble because it's so far out of the way. Definitely, especially if I'm driving erratically, like our witnesses are telling us, I'm probably not driving with just one hand on the wheel. So I'd be driving with two. There could have been two people that created this blood transfer and still only have OJ pulling up. Maybe the other person is not injured. They have the blood on their gun or one of the victims. Or OJ. This is not OJ. That makes no sense. It isn't weird that there's blood drops in the passenger side of the driver car by himself. I don't know. I wasn't there. Just like the cases, the blood evidence found on the passenger side of the Bronco seems to grow more perplexing the longer you look at it. So we had a enigmatic side. We found blood on the outside of the passenger door. Right here. Again, it was an insufficient amount of type. You read that more than likely he was one of our individuals that we identified inside the car. Not really. You don't know that. So it could be a third person who's died. We're never going to know. Show me the evidence of that. Passenger door adds more to the theory that there was somebody else involved in these horrible crimes. Could it be Jason? Some other unknown person? These are the two questions. Even though Tom Lang strongly believes that O.J. Simpson acted alone, Derek and Chris have run two blinding questions online, and his investigators failed to test a piece of evidence that could have proved exactly who the killer was. I met with a woman by the name of Andrea Scott. She was actually the owner of the car, and she stated that the police officer couldn't remember handed the keys back to her, still came with blood, still revealed an evidence bag that she cut open in front of her. I'm going to say, well, man, I would not believe this. I don't believe that for a minute. She didn't seem like she had any words. She was pretty naive to the whole process. I don't know why she would say such a thing. Let me throw it back at you. Roger can hear me. Well, I think I would end up there through the theory that the best source of evidence from the attacker was his blood was actually on those keys. That's really happened. That's just sloppy voice. It's not these 50 things that you do. It's that you're going to be questioned about. It's the one thing you don't do. And because it wasn't done, now we're questioning it.
To learn more about the FIFA World Cup coming this June, visit Los Angeles Stage26.com.
Well, Derek and Chris feel they're on the trail to the truth, as they found enough evidence that someone other than O.J. Simpson could possibly have murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Robert Goldberg. They went there to be able to detective lab. A detective had even walked through that Bronco from an investigative standpoint. I don't think. He knows his stuff. On the other hand, there was two spots of blood that he couldn't explain. One on the passenger side door and one on the passenger seat, which opens up the possibility of the second person. But you know, I mean, the fact that they couldn't identify what it was, and he accepted the possibility that it could have been another person. If he had a reason to skip that theory, he would have. No, one issue. Yeah, it lines up with the part I have and yeah, the captain's a whole different set of questions. Yeah, coincidence perhaps, but it sure is intriguing. You know what I think? It's time to Jason.
The killings of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman are crimes that remain unsolved. The opinions expressed in this series represent just some of the many conceivable scenarios regarding how those crimes may have occurred. Jason Simpson has never been questioned or charged in relation to these crimes, and he has not made any public statements about any allegations regarding his involvement. We encourage viewers to reach their own conclusions. Previously, on the fence, O.J. never really charged. O.J.'s son, Jason Simpson. A lot of people have been out there. This is not what we're going to say about it. We fought to check it. The physical evidence suggests that this Dr. Haley adamant about the fact there was a second session and there was some information that doesn't no evidence that it was never seen or even full facts. But Jason won all the time. When his dad borrowed that money, and that's the one that was left to say, you could have been two people. That's what you were saying. You have to say, I don't know about the killings involved in the suspect. We had a chance as I
What's your approach? How are you?
A lot of people that they just get married, right off the bat, stuff like that. They don't know each other, but they don't get divorced after a year or so, stuff like that. I think this relationship will last for a long time. It's going to be strong. It's going to be a strong, loving family. A strong, loving family. These referred to Jason on the day his father, O.J. Simpson, married the love of his life, Nicole Brown. To the rest of the world, they were strong and loving, the perfect family. But these ideal images told only part of the story. The recent life with O.J. Simpson was actually dark, dangerous, and ultimately deadly. In 1994, O.J. was arrested and charged for killing Nicole and her friends in Rothschild.
We, the jury in the Boston title action, find the defendant or all things equally not guilty of the crime of murder.
Although a jury acquitted him, many people believe O.J. got away. But investigators Bill Deers is convinced that it wasn't O.J., but rather his son Jason who committed these heinous crimes. Bill has spent the past 23 years assembling evidence to prove his theory. Several clues were found inside a box in a storage unit rented by Jason Simpson. When he failed to make his payments, Bill acquired the box and the secrets hidden inside. As investigators Derek Levasseur and Chris Mahoney conduct their own investigation into Bill Deers' theory, they turn their attention to Jason Simpson's checkered past. I think now that we established that Jason Simpson, others need to know a little bit about him. These are diaries that were in the stories. You got 3 diaries, 91, 92, and 93. 3 consecutive years prior to the last 6 months before the murder. I spent a lot of time in the cases I worked looking at people's personal writing, their blogging, what they may have on their social media. this is exactly what we want to look at. It's a window into the soul. This is just one of the pages out of the diary. It's in October of 1991. And you notice what it says. I do not want to play Jekyll and Hyde any longer. I made my bed. I must play. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, you got a guy who thinks that there's two sides and one of which is very dark. And I made my bed, I was lying and suggested that he's made serious mistakes. He's got to look on. Which goes to the next exhibit. Again, it's happened again. The body of the National Disassociation will resurface and acted unspeakable pain. All frustration surfaced and lashed out on her. Who do you think he's talking about? Is he talking about a girlfriend or possibly a goal? I would say before it's a girlfriend, but it's almost not as important. When it talks about again, that he's let down his dark side and that there are issues with women and his self-control. He's a gay, so he's got something in him that he wants to back out. But unfortunately, it came to the surface. Looking at these writings, it really reminded me of other cases I've worked on, homicides or serious threats. A lot of extreme violence cases have these kinds of pattern writings behind them. So they do support Bill's theory, but on the other hand, they can just be the inner thoughts of a troubled young man and nothing more. This is significant here where he's saying, you were so sorry, the most pitiful person I've ever had, but this pleasure on you are nothing and always will be. It gets you everything. There's so much rage and hostility in this, and it's directed towards females. Let me put double down here for a second. You go have a girlfriend, that puts us off, something crazy. If this is the case of that, I think that's a hypothesis, and I think it's a reasonable one, but I think that there's significance to this. This is another excerpt from his diary. Give me one good reason why I should go on living. I can't remember the last time I had called just to see how I was doing. Now they would never have. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of suicidal thinking here. This is a person who is looking down a very narrow tunnel and not seeing any light. And I sense he's talking about suicide. One of his last thoughts before talking about maybe ending his whole life is his father. You think of course, absolutely. I mean, he's feeling abandoned by his father. Like, the disappointment in the sense of abandonment he feels by his father is what is underneath all of his feelings of worthlessness. I also sense an undercurrent of anger and deep ambivalence towards his father. On one hand, he wishes his father had been there. On the other hand, now he'll never have to worry about me. It's almost kind of hostility. It's deep. Look at this one. Oh, wow. This is a note that I pulled out of his trash in 2000. This is post-homicide. Right. As I look at this, my reaction is how aggressive his attack of the pages with the writing in the book. Obviously, we can only guess what was going through Jason's mind when or if he actually wrote this and made the scribbles. I couldn't make it out, but there's definitely something great here. Clearly, he wrote a lot of things that he didn't want somebody to see. Just because you've got some, difficulties in your life and your mental health nature doesn't mean that you are going to be a murderer. There's a lot of people that have these issues. They never do anything to hurt anybody else. Would it be unusual for a person to eat his son and somebody that's a murderer to have mental problems? Probably not. These are all things that play into the big picture. I want to show you some video. This is a film deposition taken of Jason Horst Simpson during O.J.'s 1996 civil trial, where he talks about his father. It was not uncommon for your father to miss family functions because of business, correct? Correct. He was gone a lot, right? Correct. That was true throughout your lifetime as well, right? Correct. That continued to be true all the way up until Nicole's death, correct? Correct. He missed lots of family functions involving you, right? Yes. Yeah. What was your relationship with O.J. Simpson? What was it like? Did you have a good relationship with him throughout your life? Did you have a bad relationship with him at times? Yes, he's acknowledging that there were problems with him emotionally. He wasn't concealing it. I think he's minimizing it. But we have him pulling together here, during this deposition. He's able to put his best foot forward. But we know from the other information that there's a lot more going on with him that's we just got this incredible sample behavior regarding Jason. On the one hand, we've got his diaries, which he's letting out his innermost thoughts and feelings, this darkness that's beneath the surface. But then there's the videotaped deposition, where he's controlled, his calm exterior, and nothing's coming out. He's an enigma. We're going to have to dig further in order to really understand who he is and what he's capable of. What do you think we should do from here?
We need to get everything verified through handwriting experts to confirm that is in fact Jason's journals. And if they are in fact his, I think we should also take it to another psychologist and get their take on what they think is going on with the person that actually wrote those journals. And in fact, what they right. In addition to the psychologist, we've got to try to reach out to any friends, acquaintances that may have known him both before the incident and after. You know, like you said, he's college here. How is he off camera? How is he when he's in his own environment? How does he, conduct himself? And I think the best indication of that is family and friends. Bill seems convinced of Jason's guilt, but Chris and I both agree that we need more evidence from third parties. Jason called himself Jekyll Hyde and a monster. Who were people that know him as As Eric and Chris investigate Jason's Simpson's possible involvement in the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, they need to first verify that the personal documents Bill has shown are authentic. So seeing his handwriting evidence is perfect because she's going to be able to validate whether those diaries that Bill got from the storage locker are in fact Jason's own handwriting. Exactly. We need a personal check signed by Jason that Bill pulled from the trash. That's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, that's a great deal. Just what I found in the trash can, so I'm okay with that. Once it's the sidewalk, and the proper
Breaking news to what's happening in your community. Live moments.
It's so important for us to have not only the diaries, but also personal checks by Jason. Because without that, we wouldn't be able to figure out everything else. First, I just want to show this personal check out and everything else. Okay. Here's the first thing. What do you think about that?
Okay. There's definite similarity in use of uppercase block lettering, as well as spacing within each letter. Similar stroke formation. I can look at every letter here, and it's written similarly.
So in your opinion, the person who filled out the check is the person who wrote this contact?
Yes.
Based on what you're looking at here, does your analysis make personality inferences?
One thing about people who write in uppercase block is they're normally a little harder to get to know. They normally have a few levels of defense. I mean, they might be social and interact socially just fine, but you won't really find out what drives them or what's in the core being their fears, their dreams, because they stay very guarded.
Seeing this one, my Taylor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
A lot of heavy scribbling going on.
I can see just by Ben's reaction that the scribbled note was as disturbing to her as it was to us.
It looks like underneath all of this, we do have similar writing.
Have you seen stuff like this before?
Not a lot. Very rare. Norman was a nerds.
What's that?
People that get hate mail.
So people who are receiving hate mail,
they might receive something like this, or someone's journal would definitely look like this in the teenager's journal.
why a teenager's journal?
Why do we scribble things out? Most adults don't go back to the store.
Why?
What is the common occurrence of adults? To see writing like this when you're going back and writing over it, writing names. This is like a tantrum. I mean, it looks like someone's having a tantrum.
I agree. See how heavy this is in comparison to this. So whatever this is about, this is much heavier pressure than what's being experienced closer to the bottom of the page.
Do you see rage in this letter?
I don't see outright rage. I would say frustration.
Okay. All three of these documents, in your professional opinion, were written by the same person.
Correct. Absolutely.
Although I believe Bill, for me to put my name on something in my script and move on, I need to see that everything can be verified. And that's why it was so important to go see the handwriting expert.
growing up the son of O.J. Simpson, we seem to be intrigued by them, with extensive vacations, famous springs, and everything else a kid could ask for.
But our investigators are running that Jason felt his life was more of a nightmare than the scar shadow of his father's harsh mistake. Jason started experimenting with drugs and alcohol at an early age. Jason began to escape from humanity from cheese, and Jason was sent to the nursery at the age of 15. To get a better picture of who he was during those formative years, here is a brief meeting with one of Jason's former students. Thanks for meeting me, I appreciate it. Listen, I know you want to keep your identity private, and you understand it, but I'm just looking to get a little more insight into who Jason was before all this stuff happened. And I thought the best place to start would be people that understand anything that him before the news. So how did you first come in contact with him? He was the senior at the school that I went to. Which school did you guys go to? The Army Navy Academy in Rothschild? There were like a few of the upperclassmen that you knew that wanted to get upset, and he was like one of the three that I can think of. There was hazing that gone went on to school sometimes, you get roughed up by the upperclassmen, you made them upset, you did something, they would kind of slam you around and make you do a lot of push-ups, and he was one of the ones who usually wanted to keep you on his bad side. Kids just do that. Yes, he had a temper, and I witnessed that on a couple of occasions. Were there any ones that stood out extremely that really you remember? There was a big bank of telephones that all the kids would use to call their girlfriends or call home and talk to their parents, and it was like a gathering place where the kids would be at night. And there was one time that I was on the phone talking to somebody, and a couple phones down, Jason was on the phone arguing with somebody, and I wasn't really paying attention to what he was arguing about, but what got my attention is he had taken the phone and slammed it down on his finger. He said, "I hate that white bitch." And a friend of mine who was phone right next to me, and I said, "What was that all about?" He said, "Oh, he was arguing with his mom." I'm like, "Okay, the guy's black. What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh, it's his stepmom." It was like something like, "Oh, it's his stepmom or something." Yeah, and I didn't know who Nicole was that time. I didn't know what her name was or anything, but he just said that out loud. He was pretty angry. And it just kind of stuck out at me. It's just one of those things that just sticks in your mind. When I saw him around, he was a very quiet type guy, and then this just stuck out. It was very different. He was very mad. He was very upset. It is surprising to see that sudden change, that such a drastic change of behavior. I've heard other people arguing, but it didn't really stick in my mind like that. But it was very let's fast forward to the they start to become public. Sure. When you first hear about the fact that Rothschild was killed, what are your first thoughts? When I first heard about the murder, I didn't think anything of it. It was just like another news story that I heard. O.J. Simpson never really done anything. What it kind of stuck out to me was the end of the Bronco chase. I was with friends, we were watching it on TV. At the very end, the truck that O.J. was in pulled up to his house, and out of the trees or something, Jason came running up to the truck. And a random thought just popped in my head. I bet you he had something to do with this. Really? Yes. I mean, it's just like it just came to my mind. I mean, just instantly came to my mind, and I blurted it out instead of saying, I bet you he had something to do with it. Why did you do that? Probably because, I knew the guy had a temper, and he was kind of, just hothead, and it was somebody we had to watch out for, and I guess seeing him get mad that time, it really stuck out in my mind. It's knowing what you knew about Jason, your experience with him on campus, and obviously what you heard about, was that part of the reason why you wanted to keep your identity at this point? You're fearful that a guy that would make him after you? Well, you never know. I mean, you never know, and I don't know where he was doing, but I wouldn't want to be involved in anything like that. The past, the diaries, doesn't mean he's a murderer, but it does suggest that he has the emotions to commit something like that. Jason's journey seems to reflect the inner workings of a young man named Turtle, but doesn't reflect the distorted mind by taking time out. Someone capable of the horrors committed on June 12, 1994. Is it possible to make conclusions as to whether Jason had a propensity for violence based on his private thoughts? Bill and Chris are meeting with forensic psychologist Jane Beresford for her opinion about Jason Simpson's state of mind leading up to the time of the murders. Consultation with other psychologists is a usual part of my forensic psychological procedure. A second opinion from somebody who regularly works cases with extreme violence is well versed in threat assessment. They can look at these writings to form their own independent conclusions.
This is a very troubled person, going through a lot of challenging circumstances. It strikes me that this person is struggling with chemical dependency, family relationships, not feeling supported by family,
with word alienation.
I think if this person feels a little bit more distant to his father, but I do read someone who really wants to fit in, someone who wants to connect. There were a lot of troubling references. Looking at an entry here, this is the year of the knife for me. That's really troubling to me. What does a knife mean to this individual? Is it something that this person has used as a weapon in the past? Is it someone who sounds like he would like to get rid of something? It's hard to know. Is this an aspect of himself that he'd like to shed? Or is this another part of his life he'd like to eliminate, perhaps? So we have an entry here that says, I'm scared of myself. I don't know what to believe. This is a statement I've heard before when someone has done something that they regret, or when someone feels out of control. This sounds like a person who's afraid of who might become, depending on the situation and the stressors in his life.
Would you say that this individual who especially has the potential for violence?
Potential for? Yes. This individual sounds as though he's out of control. When I read this, I hear somebody who's really clutching and trying to be in control. And he's struggling. I would expect that if this person lost control in an episode of violence, it would not be organized, it would not be well thought out, it would be painful. It would be used the most. This would be somebody who would act in a very chaotic way.
I'll tell you what, as we've gone through this process, a clearer picture of Jason's psychology is beginning to take form. This was a young man who had lots of demons. He was disturbed, angry, very troubled to his core, and potentially violent. Derek and Chris have set up a meeting with one of the few people emotionally allowed into his family's inner circle, a familiar face to those that follow the Simpson trial. Kind of said, to be truthful, shit. I've had dreams. So I kind of chuckled. Ron Ship is a former LAPD officer and was a close friend of the Simpson family. Ultimately, he would testify against O.J. as a prosecution witness. My comments, my opinion, I would not have the blood of the cold in Ron Ship. I can speak with my to me, they were two of the most beautiful people I've ever met. It's always a lot of fun. She's one of those people that she would tell like it was. I know she likes me a whole lot. And hopefully there's certain people around the world. It almost seems like an incredible, possessible under control. I didn't realize it. You didn't understand. I never seen anything like that until the 1980s. That's when he first figured it out. And I was completely like his character. You've never seen him get mad at this point. No, I mean, I knew, he had a problem with Jason. And Nicole had told me one time, he didn't have a nose for the hearsay. What was that incident about that you told me about? I got a call from Nicole's brother, Ralph. Nicole and OG were out of town. And I guess Jason had a few cocktails. And he took it back to OJ statue. I remember there were two full-size statues in the backyard. Was it one of those statues? No, it was one of those. Yeah. Did you ever take a baseball bat, by the way, and beat up a statue of your father in the yard? He got mad when he had his bat and couldn't hit the tree outside. And they hit it completely, pushing him like that. He hit the statue. And he was taking a bet, saying how much he hated. I hate my dad. I hate my dad. I hate my dad. If he hated a lot of times, no, once, just one shot. Is that right? Yes, sir. Okay. He explained to me, he said, I love my dad. He never had any time for me. He's always on my case. I can't do anything right. Basically, and I just started feeling frustrated. So OJ comes back to town, I think, next couple of days, and I get a call from OJ. But I understand you come to the house. What did he say? Not that much. And he goes, Ron, you understand. He says, I love Jason. He's my son. I'm going to have the best relationship that I can with him. Just anything he can tell me. Just anything that he can tell me. He said, I appreciate it. I really want to make my boy. Yeah, I want that. And I said, okay, look. I said, not a really bad thing. I said, this woman's going to cry. And basically, that's all I get, So I see her call the house a few days later, and I go into her phone. And I said, hey, is everything okay? OJ and Jason, and you guys, she goes, oh, yeah, it's okay. She goes, yeah, a little bit, whatever you told them, treat me like crap out of Jason. She said, and I mean, she told me that, and I said, wow. And I was like, wow. I think that's really, how much do you think? How do you think it made it feel? I think it made it go home. I mean, it's your first and only time in Vegas. I don't think, I mean, retrospect, I think he probably did a lot of times. A father that would beat his child for expressing that he wishes he could have more time with him and talking to somebody about that suggests it's more important to protect his image than to address the emotional needs of his son. Are you considering Jason to be in trouble too? I think Nicole, I think she had mentioned to me that, that he had a couple of problems with she said, Jason has a tendency, that he has a lot of arguments with, a lot of conflict with him. What was your relationship like with Jason? Jason, I always felt like she was like Jason's sister. She would constantly tell me, like, yeah, me and Jason was friends, we went out to such and such, we were dancing, we had a great time. Jason's just good kid. She felt good. Having fun. And then after the homicides, did you contact OJ afterwards? The day after the murder, for the house, me and Bob started asking the last day. And I walked Bob out to his car, and I guess that's where they invited me to come up to his room. And that's what we engaged in a conversation about he asked me about DNA. I wanted to take DNA to come back. I mean, God, God, I'm saying, why do you want to know how long they DNA to come back? What you need to know. In my mind, this was a horrible moment for me, because all of a sudden I'm confused. First time I actually thought that he actually did it, but I didn't believe it. I did not believe it. When you think he could have, without being there, it's not what I believe. I don't know. I know he did. Rob was very firm in his belief that OJ is the murderer, and I respect that. But I need to find out if he's basing this on evidence or on his own personal beliefs. When he was asking you about the DNA, is it possible he could be protecting somebody else? Because that was a real question that Jason really doesn't care about things. There was so much evidence to get to this. That was unbelievable. How much evidence do you see of Jason? How much evidence do you see of Jason? How much evidence do you see of Jason? If there is some evidence of Jason having a violence history, is it surprising to you that Jason Simpson was not even interviewed as a witness to what was going on in the family by anybody within the media at that time? No. And everybody else. If for other reasons, say, hey, what did you see going on between your dad and Nicole? Did you see it? They didn't cross a lot of routine and got their eyes connected. The suspects, they really didn't know. Rothschild had first-hand information about the Simpson family, but I think he came to some conclusions about what kind of a man OJ was, despite the fact that he'd always had OJ on the pedestal. There was a tremendous fall from grace in the eyes of Rothschild. He is passionate and unshaking in his belief that O.J. Simpson did this on his own, Nobody knows that Jason or anybody else. No doubt about it. He believes that in politics. We're talking about what he's coming out with what else is going on. So the only evidence to point to OJ, that's it. That's my opinion. That's what it's going to be. And things change. Your father is a jealous man. You can't. He regards him as a jealous man for the game source. I'm here to show up with the rolling guys. I'm here to the man. Starting at a young age, is it possible that his idea of normal behavior was a bit skewed? For a closer look on the inner workings of the sense of family, Bill, Chris, and Derek are meeting with Barry Hostetler. As an investigator for OJ's criminal defense team, Hostetler spent time with OJ, Jason, and those close to him in a week's leading up to the trial. Yeah, so determine OJ. Yeah, application. OJ's son, Jason. Jason was daughter. What was Jason like? What were your impressions? What I do, Jason, I'm just trying to get a kind of a feel of the family dynamic, you know. I don't remember much, but like a couple of episodes. Yeah, he has some cuts that I think we don't have his left hand. Something about those. They look like scratches. When was this in relation to drugs? I would say more like what we were maybe even more with that. Did you ask that? Was it? Yeah. You're talking to school for she gave us information about Jason. Does this from our kids. Flies a handle, you know, for Jason was shot. She told me that she was just at a people for her birthday. She told me that he cut her fingernail off with one of the What did she say about how that? Yeah, I guess I got some kind of hard. When he said that Jason forcibly cut off his girlfriend's hair with a knife, that got my attention. This was a young man who had lots of demons and he's struggling with it. He's having trouble keeping that inside. That's not a normal thing for a guy to drop his girlfriend's hair. You can do with that, right? No. You gotta remember, Jason was a troubled kid. Jason came from an extremely dysfunctional family that wasn't one of a sympathetic character. Okay, I can see what you're saying. I use the word dysfunctional to describe Jason's family. What caused you to come to that conclusion about family being dysfunctional? I'll say that Sharon Tucker's quite family, and I'm going to tell you this was a sexually charged atmosphere. That's all I want to say about that, okay? Do you think Jason should have got more attention as a potential suspect in this? Right? I think he should have got more attention, but I'm not going to say he's a more potential suspect, but I think, you know, once I had OJ, that was it for him. I believe they made a question. The cops, it's a celebrity. They just felt because they get the publicity and they let it go. It didn't surprise me at all to hear that Barry was keep doing the things that Jason wanted to do. They weren't trying to find the killer, they were trying to get all the shot. But when you look at what Jason played on his girlfriend's hair off with a knife, that gives you insight into what type of anger Jason may have had. Following the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Gold, the LAPD and the news media quickly focused on O.J. Simpson as the primary suspect. Unlike his father, Jason Simpson largely managed to stay out of the limelight and out of the LAPD's murder investigation.
but he wasn't a stranger to law enforcement in the years leading up to the murders. Have you ever been convicted of a crime? I have as well. And is that the only time you've ever been charged with a crime? Because isn't it true that the charges were brought against you by the city of Los Angeles for an assault on a guy named Goldberg at a restaurant? Yes. Well, charges were brought against you for assault. Right. You didn't tell us about that. I totally forgot about it. Okay, well, it's crucial that we not forget about that. This was a case brought against you by the people of the state of California in January 1993, correct? Yes. And you assaulted a man named Paul Goldberg, correct? Paul Goldberg was Jason's employer in 1992. And 25 years later, the team has tracked him down to hear his story. So, guys, it was probably about 26, 27 years ago, I decided to open a restaurant. We see over a restaurant, you're talking about this very place, this very place. Now we're going to watch this. At the time, I named it Revival Cafe. During that time, I had signed up that I was looking for employees, and I met Jason Cushing. I mean, he was a great guy. He waited months for the job, and instantly took over and was everything I needed. Later on, as we were talking, so what was like being OJ's son? He said it's very bittersweet. I hate being compared to him and everything I do. He said he got into food because it was his chance to stand alone and so the beginning of your relationship with Jason started off really nice. You thought he was a great guy. So how did things progress? If I remember correctly, he was quite young here. And then when he said he took over, he didn't say for no problem. And then when he came back, he was talking about what it is you really have. That means you're going to be able to then this girl came in the president and the waitress was on the schedule for that time. And she started saying her favorite thing was her bubble. And the moment it was bubble, she went in the kitchen and told Jason all of this power. Jason came out like a Russian maniac, and he said, well, nobody treats my friends like that in the courthouse. Then he came back a week or two later. Next thing I know, I got taken back to the head every time. And it's scary. After committing this crime, Jason walked away with a sentence of 10 community service and 2 years probation, which he was not served at the time of the murders. We got no fight. I encouraged our meeting was the fight to people and attack them. I was standing actually behind the counter here. Paul Goldberg gave me everything to what happened. It was a Sunday. Extremely busy. Jason came flying through the doors, very upset, yelling, screaming, disturbing customers. And he told me he felt that I cheated him out of a week's pay or reminded him that he'd taken it all from me. He seemed to calm down with that, and he said to me, we'll take it up with the attorney. I said, fine. I thought it was over. I said, please tell me about the part I don't want to yell screaming. I walked him out to the back door because I had to open it with the key. And we came back here, so we walked him behind me everything seemed fine. Once I stuck the key in the door, I opened the door, and when I slipped through, I got punched in the back of the head 3 times. And I didn't know if you rushed me or picked me up, but I was flying down the open hill. And I landed about here, and he picked me up, and he again took me, and he threw me. I landed, I would say, exactly right here. My head was facing the wall. He started kicking me in the ribs, and then his girlfriend started screaming like a man, like, Jason, you're crazy, stop. They kicked me a few more times, took a step away, came back, kicked me another time or two. He said something like, next time I touch you. It's best when your future behavior is past behavior. There's a monster, it's not that guy. There's something here. Having someone confirm what Jesus is capable of. We gave a light indication of the fact that Jesus could be the guy. Sometimes, how's it that? You gotta admit, this man remembers this just like Jesus did. And to me, everything we've seen, everything we've heard thus far, I don't see any other thing we can do except for we gotta keep going.
Next time, I think it's important that Jason and we also look at the second stuff. We're going to talk about but thank
Messages in full swing is Santa Anita Park's Hollywood Game every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Experience racing excitement with turkeys and race attractions. Ladies Derby going back to Kentucky. Register at the races in the Memorial Weekend Carnival. Weekend admission, parking in the program is just $10. Every Friday, enjoy free admission and parking plus already 50% off happy hour. With meals and payouts every weekday. Explore new experiences at the Great Race Place by visiting SantaAnita.com/events, and you'll see you at the races. Contact us now. Process your refinance application for no charge. Doing it works. You tell us what we feel for. Once it does, all over the marketplace. Fighting for their documents. In about 5 days. What's the market? No opportunity. If the market doesn't get there, the outside is focused about 2 hours of your time. The outside is thinking that the rate of one now that makes sense. So go to exchange.com. Without cost or obligation. Exchange.com. License 37539. Subject to credit. See website for licensing information. Terms and conditions. Exchange.com. Many scenarios. Facing a threat. Presidents in the
homicide robbery. And, I kind of felt like they were playing it. Like, get that body to work. After spending 4 years in the LAPD, after wondering control Jason Simpson on the suspect I would think that these detectives who investigated Jason Simpson's alibi and his sidecar unless they had serious television had already concluded that Jason was the main suspect. During criminal investigation, we actually learned that the primary owner actually made Jason Simpson out of that. Something exactly what well, that's my experience because I've got a different point that so what you're saying, the primary owner is looking at the rest of it. And I got about Jason there to verify what my PG left. Just a thing here in the report that alibi is not working for investigation. My question that should have been ready to run. It doesn't matter how far that is. It's all about the outcome. You have to accept the fact that Jesus was not the There, he's got to get to his girlfriend's place there on the campus. Ultimately, on Sunday, right around 4 p.m. Talk about why this is about just roughly back the other direction. Facing starting point, the rush route, meaning come down Satellite to Point around Wilshire, you're under the 405, well, not even that the first place. What we're talking about is that you have to go just area for 1 year. I'm not trying to stress the year. The timeline of Bill's story was really chat. I'm pretty skeptical about whether Jason would take that drive in 2019. Either he were the rate of turning across country. We're able to do it. Still in play. Drop out all day.
I think that's just a given. I think that the thing that skeptics here, I don't think so. And actually, what are we thinking? Very well.
By driving the route that Jesus would have most likely taken on the night he dropped everything. But this is where driver restaurants
that's where other platforms come
probably got out of things that are according to Bill's theory, final assault began at 1959 in Lowell Brown City. Watch stop right below, putting on picking up from Jackson, all the way over to her apartment. Drop her off, and all the way back to her. And straight to her quote. But we're going to have to back it after it makes sense. But it's going to give us a sad idea.
You know what? I have thought about that. That is a problem because the rest of it has been on. It wouldn't have been completely the point to get it over the hands. It wouldn't have been a day at the app.
Maybe his time frame's off. That's what I'm saying. I got a lot out of it today. You know, I'm telling you, you're not sitting right here, and I want to feel. I see the confidence.
You said before that time card is Monday, and it still sort of hurts.
It's much more about time card. Either it's going to help Jason, or it's going to crush me.